Well, the Halo to PS5 announcement has taken the world by storm a little bit. There's been a lot of mixed responses to this. I've got a video on the channel right now about, I basically talked about why it felt very anticlimactic, and it's sort of because we knew it was going to happen. Many of us didn't really think it was a big surprise or this tectonic thing that came out of nowhere. We sort of saw this coming from a mile away, but it also felt anticlimactic because this isn't exactly the future that many of us wanted or hoped for, despite what people may say. They'll claim that people have been cheering for the death of Xbox or port begging or what have you, but by and large, since early conversations on this channel started about the Activision Blizzard deal, I consistently said you should be investing that money into your studios, into your exclusives, into your hardware. And the video is on the channel right now. I kind of walk through why it was disappointing, why I don't think this is necessarily the rose-colored future that many people are trying to claim that it is. And then, I mean, there's obviously people who are very angry about this. We're seeing people sort of denounce Xbox as a brand. They feel betrayed. They feel lied to. And I think a lot of these responses are completely legitimate. And I also think there are people who are trying to, pretend they didn't say the things they said the last couple of years, which is always interesting. And I'm not really interested in receipt pulling. I'm interested in having conversations with gamers about this particular topic. So we tried something new yesterday, which we want to sort of continue to try this at least for a little bit, is like you should be getting uploads on the channel in the evening, sort of setting the table for the next day. And then you can come in, submit your questions, and dialogue about it. So that video is like 6 minutes long. It's on the channel right now. I'll comb through some of the comments. I'll read them. You want to be here right when we start so you can submit questions with the question command. That is something reserved for members. And the question command, the question queue, is cleared right now. So you want to be here right when we start. You want to be first in line. About an hour into the show, I kind of give you the Cliff's Notes version of what I think about this, just sort of like a quick talk, and then I'll sort of transition to the Q&A. The opening hour is sort of meant to be the morning coffee segment that the members used to get. We've now kind of baked it into the show because we can't really do members content anymore because YouTube was making that terrible for anybody who wasn't a member. So if you're a sub to the channel, that's my commitment, is to give you a live show and an upload pretty much every day, and I'm not going to be hitting your feed with much more than that. And we appreciate everybody who subbed over the weekend or maybe during the Halo event. Maybe you're back from that. I hope you enjoy the daily talk shows this week. We hope you enjoy the content, and we appreciate all the support very, very much. So you may want to skip about an hour into the show forward if you want like my brief thoughts on this, as well as the Q&A session. The opening of the show, we kind of go back and forth, and people submit those questions. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Make sure you are smashing the like button as well. That helps us get started. That helps more people get in here. And we already have somebody starting the day for us. We had an insane week last week. If you guys were a part of that, thank you so much. And Han shot first, and so did you. The first member of the Days of VIP renewal from Spirits. Thank you for 29 months. We did gaming news tonight, and I had to wear a suit and tie because that's what's on the thumbnail, and people thought it was funny a week or so ago when we started that segment. Despite what people claimed on Twitter, which is they love to do this, they love to misrepresent everything you do, that had nothing to do with Halo or there's another creator, Colt Eastwood. I wasn't having a go at Colt. I don't have any issue with Colt. That was something that the community came up with because a week or 2 weeks ago, we started doing something on Friday nights called Gaming News Tonight. My wife reacts to gaming news. And the thumbnail we came up with was like a news desk, and I was in a suit and tie. So somebody thought it would be funny if I actually had to wear a suit and tie on stream. So that's what that was about. This week is Halloween. So this Friday night, you can have us show up in our costumes. My wife and I will sit here. We'll do Gaming News Tonight in our costumes, and we'll play a spooky game in the spirit of the season. So I hope you guys enjoy that as well. Hang on a second here. Thank you, Dalton, for submitting a question. There it is. There's the first question. First in line in the queue. That is a great reason to be here right when we start. Eugene says it's pitchfork time. Next time he has to wear a jacket and tie but no shirt. No, I will not be doing that. I will not be doing that. King Thrash pulling receipts on all the Xbox evil. I'm not interested in pulling the receipts. I've got, nothing but applause from the sidelines for the guys willing to do that. I think it's deserved. Ant, welcome back as a VIP over here on YouTube. Thank you so much. I think pulling the receipts is totally deserved. I think people were, willingly misleading the public. I think they knew what was going on, and they helped kind of stay the tide of, the public being angry or upset. I think last year, if people would have just shot straight and been honest and really analyzed what was being said, it would have been, I think it would have been better for their audiences. I think it would have been better for the public that was watching this transpire. Instead, it was turned into something to, be nasty and attack folks about, which I just never think that that's what gaming should be about. I don't understand why that's such a consistent thing. But thank you, Joker Quinn, for the first gifted member of the week. Thank you very much. It doesn't help the representatives of the fan base are always so obnoxious and dismissive. It's not even about that, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Get us our first 100 likes very, very quickly. I appreciate it so much. It's not even about that. It's about it's difficult because you don't know you don't know what the goal is, right? Like what Zubair is saying, like what's the end goal the audience was going to realize eventually. That's kind of the question I have, is why would you be so willing to essentially, like, you're writing a check that you know is going to bounce. Like, why? That's the thing that I keep coming back to. One of the reasons I stuck to my guns and didn't budge on my position is because I knew, I was like, time is on my side. I was like, we are going to have these things happen, and we are going to be able to point back and say, we were consistent on this. We didn't waver. We maintained what was happening, both with our predictions as well as our analysis and our observations of what's going on. Bumble Pants, you got to reverse that. The Q has to come after the exclamation point. So we've already got 2 questions submitted. Bumbles will be number 3. Keep them coming. If you guys want to be featured in the Q&A segment about an hour into the show, make sure and use that. That's why you want to be here right when the show starts. And also make sure you're hitting the like button. Try to get us those first 100 likes very quickly. Maybe they truly believed. I think there were audience members of the public, who truly thought this was all, like they thought people like me were full of it. They thought I was making stuff up. They thought that I was like, quote unquote, port begging. And it was like, these are pretty basic observations. So I do think there are people that were sort of in the public and in the conversation that I think they actually did get misled. I think they got tricked by the slick wording, by the marketing, by the Just 4 Games podcast. But I also think there are people that, like, I can't imagine that they believed what they were saying back then. That, like, there's nothing else going. The big tentpole, like, some of the videos, it's remarkable how confident they were that big titles would stay exclusive. That, Halo's not going to go and Elder Scrolls is not going to go. And I don't know where that confidence came from. Again, I found it to be bizarre. I found the whole thing to be strange. It was like, wait, I don't want to presume. I don't want to presume that they were saying these things, to be deceptive. I wonder if it was wishful thinking. Like, was it literally just denial about, like, not wanting to accept what seemingly was staring them straight in the face? And maybe that's what it was. Like, I try to believe the best about people. I do. Until proven otherwise, I try to believe the best. Sadly, some of the folks involved in this that were doing that, I've seen a pattern of dishonesty. One person in particular has, on multiple occasions, has just told flat out lies about me in the public, and when called on it, just turns and runs. And won't engage because it's like, I don't know, that's just a pattern. So it's like, it's hard to believe the best sometimes. It's like, man, oh man, there's a pattern here of dishonesty. But my concern, more than like going after somebody, pointing a finger in their face or calling them out. My concern is more the public, the people that are on Twitter, the people that are on, Reddit forums, Reset Era, YouTube, all these places. To me, what matters most is that they're properly informed about what's going on, and that's why I encourage people in my video, like, you don't need to go pull receipts to be nasty and attack people, but you can certainly pull receipts and say, you know what, I think I'm gonna not watch this person's content anymore. I'm not gonna trust them. I'm not gonna consume what they say. Like, someone's proven that they're not, or they're not deserving of your loyalty or your trust. Like, I think that's the appropriate response that the public should have right now. I also think the public should have that response to Xbox and Microsoft. There should be a very, very heavy amount of skepticism in your brain and in your soul anytime this company says anything, anytime they make assurances. I think you should be very skeptical about what's being said. I think this is all very timely, in the wake of all their assurances about hardware. I don't know. We imagine 2 years from now, we look back on all these interviews and clips and comments that are being made right now. I feel like we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be like, oh, okay, they were doing the double speak thing. They were quote unquote telling the truth, but they also kind of weren't. Like, I don't know. It's difficult right now for me to grapple with all of it because just so much has been said. I feel like when the 4 games thing happened, like, that was the main thing that everybody was talking about. And now with Xbox and how they've kind of spoken about their aims and what they want to do with hardware, they've said so many different things, over the course of like the last 12 months. They've said a lot of different things, and it's just like, I'm having a really hard time keeping it all straight, and I think that's by design. I don't think they want any concrete promises to feel like they can come back to bite them. I do that all the time. I stop watching many people. As soon as I think they are on the make or dishonest, I'm out. When there are gaps in certain communication, there is a space to fill it with hope and expectations. My 2 and 5 Ravens are still making the playoffs in my head. Right. What's good, Von Raz? Good morning, Snake Eyes. How are you? Good morning, Buckeye Plays. Good morning, everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button as you kind of pile in as the day starts. Submit your questions. Members, that is a perk for you. It's why the chat is set to members and sub only, because only you are able to use that feature. And then that like button is super, super helpful over there on YouTube. We can see it. They're answering questions awkwardly. New console, we're committed to AMD. Is that a yes? That was my thinking, Zubair. Like when Sarah Bond did the one interview and she said, we're looking at prototypes. She used the word looking twice in the span of like one answer. And I'm like, man, that seems like a verbal cue. Like, she's already softening in the language. It's like, yeah, okay, I believe they're making something. I do. I believe they're making some sort of, the hybrid that everybody, assumes is the next thing. I believe that's being made. I think anything beyond that is, I think they're handing hardware to others. What's good, Feed? I do. I think they're handing hardware to others. I think this situation with Halo is attached to the entire ball of wax. Like, everything they've been promising, everything they've given people assurances about, Halo coming to PS5, I think for many people, it's like, this is it. This is the last thing. And again, I don't know if people honestly thought Halo was going to be somehow protected. I just feel like the writing was so clearly on the wall. Some of these people are now saying, I'm seeing some of the dialogue on Twitter, and they're now saying, oh yeah, I just assumed everything was going after this point. And it's like, I mean, did you communicate that? Did you publish any retractions? Did you publish any, clarifications? Or I don't know. I'm not keeping track of everybody's content. I think that's the question that should be asked of some of these people. And they're like, yeah, I eventually knew this was going to happen. And it's like, well, at that point in time, did you properly inform your audience, because they've been coming to you about this, and you've been giving assurances that, this is not going to happen. These games are never going to go. Xbox has to make something to still collect their Game Pass subscriptions. It would be weird to lock it to old-gen consoles. I don't understand the part about old-gen consoles. Why are you talking about that? I think they're embracing or hoping merging with PC Windows makes sense until they get gaming on Windows to a better overall experience. I don't know what kind of a future they have beyond a last-ditch PC hybrid. I fully believe it's going to be the hybrid, because that interview, she said it's going to be the same as we're seeing with the Xbox Ally, but more refined. Yo, Detonator, thank you for 7 months over there on Purple, getting us to 4 already on the week, on the day. Thank you. Excuse me. Xbox guys, when Halo goes to PlayStation, we're in the end game now. Oh, for sure. Yeah, the Doctor Strange thing. I mean, there is, I think there's an element to this that, like, I think there is an element to this, like, some folks are kind of waiting. Like, they're sort of keeping their cards close to their chest because they're not quite sure how they want to talk about this. They're not really quite sure, what's the path forward. I think that's always the dilemma when, content and podcasts and channels and what have you, when these things are built in a way that are centered around a company and a brand, that's always a very, very difficult thing. I know a lot of people are going through that right now with Destiny, right? Like, they built their channels around Destiny, and like Destiny seems to be, kind of going out the pasture. I think that's difficult when you sort of center everything around Xbox, and then Xbox starts making such tectonic shifts that you're like, well, now what do I do? I do think that's why there is some hesitancy right now for people to be, like, very strong and bold about this, because they're like, well, I kind of still need to stay in orbit around Xbox. I need to cover Xbox. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having a channel, or a brand or an account or whatever that you like covering a certain brand. There's nothing wrong with that. But I do think it makes it difficult, to have that authenticity when the time comes. Yo, Slapman, thank you so much for renewing your Member Plus. We're at 5 on the week. We'll see if that doesn't tempt somebody to do the first 20 bomb. Thank you for being here. Good to see you, Mike on a mic. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button as you come in. Creature says, whatever it is, it'll be a transitional bridge to PC, so people can't say they lost their library. That's it. After that, it's over. There are now 5 questions in the queue, y'all. There's already 5 questions in the queue. We've only been live for about 15 minutes, so make sure you're getting those questions submitted. Yeah, Happy, there's no reason to insult anybody. I have not kept track of what everybody has been saying. I don't know. I don't know what Paris and others have been saying. I was incredibly busy over the weekend, so, like, I was not able to pay much attention to it. I did see receipts being pulled. I did see some clips, and I was like, eesh. Like, that's... Some of them old clips, they're not aging very well. They're aging pretty poorly. As I knew they would. Like, I remember at the time feeling like, yeah, none of this is going to age very well. A lot of these takes, a lot of these... everybody calm down, we're still going to have exclusives. I thought that was such a mistake. At that point in time, I think what people should have said is, honestly, everything's probably on the table. You didn't have to be doomsday, but you should have been like, you know what? There's no way we can predict what's going to happen, because you couldn't have predicted that the beginning happened. When the unthinkable happens, there's probably more unthinkable things on the way, That would be the, I think, a better way in the future to handle this. This is one of the reasons why I'm advising, I've got a video on the channel where I advised caution when, Sarah Bond came out and said what she said. I would just continue to advise caution with the brand. Like, when they come out and say something, when they make these promises and assurances, I'd be very, very hesitant, to take what they say and be like, oh, yeah, we can trust them. Like, there was somebody here in chat it was last week sometime, where they said, you know, they'll only trust it if Phil says it or Sarah says it or Xbox marketing says it. And I'm like, goodness gracious, why would that be where you would run? You're like, I'm not trusting anything unless it comes from them. I'm like, but they're literally the ones right now who have said the most stuff that you could argue was either misleading or intentionally framed in a way to make you think something that wasn't true. Watching back some of the clips, it's like someone took those clips and hit them with an Uno reverse card. Heck says, all the tweets, videos, and posts age like milk, and I'm here for it to see the smear merchants get taken to task. Happy says, he has money and Microsoft connections. He'll be fine. Little old me can't hurt him. No, I wasn't trying to insinuate that you could hurt him. I just don't want people in chat to be hurling insults at other creators. Like, I don't... There's no reason to give them that ammunition. I'll tell you this. Historically, this is what has happened. Somebody will say something that is way out of left field, a super bad prediction, super inaccurate take, and you'll try to call them on it. And what they'll do is they'll do this like reverse ad hominem, where they're like, well, you know, you're just trying to make toxic content about me, or you're just trying to drop names. Like, instead of owning, you know what I mean? Instead of owning the bad take or owning the disagreement. So, like, don't give them that ammunition. Like, if you're trying to call somebody to the table, or to the mat, I should say, you should just do it with logic and facts and not insults, because you're giving them an easy out when you stoop to insults. All future Halos day and date, I think burnt them worse than the remake. Yeah, the guy wearing the PlayStation shirt and saying Halo going forward is on PlayStation. Like, I think that was a hard pill to swallow for the Xbox guys. I mean, you're seeing some of these guys saying they're done. I mean, I think some of it's bluster. I think some of it's that initial shock, right? Like, what's his Smooth is like, he's like, I'm retiring, and he's I think he even almost said it. I don't want to put words in his mouth. It sounded like he's like, I'm gonna retire from gaming or whatever. I'm like, I don't know about that. You know, like, you'll calm down, and then you'll be like, yeah, there's too many good games to do that. Like, you're not gonna retire from gaming. You know what I mean? Maybe retire from like commentating and doing shows, because you feel like you don't really have like that central brand, you know, to talk about anymore. Creature says, we're better than that, is what Lono is saying. Others can let their chat run wild calling names. We don't do that here. Yeah, you can disagree with people all you want in my chat. Please just don't be coming in here hurling insults. Like, I just don't. There's no reason to do that. You give them ammunition that they're undeserving of. They don't deserve the cheap way out. Don't give them a cheap way out. This is why you don't put all your eggs in the basket of a specific brand. Yeah, why did it start a hype train on Purple? Nothing was even happening. Why does Purple do that? It should wait for people to actually be like gifting and re-upping. It feels so forced when it does that. Just a random hype train. Like, we're just chilling right now. We don't need no hype train. You're right, I didn't think of that. Although, I'm from the hood, so that's not technically an insult. I mean, yeah, granted, you might just be doing what's known as, like, you're just, like, talking, right? Like, you're not necessarily insulting. You're like, yeah, I'm just talking crap, right? Yeah. In the years I've been doing this, that is a pattern that I've noticed, is that when someone gets receipts pulled, they will try to wiggle out of it by being like, well, you're being an opportunist, you're being toxic, you're being whatever. Which is why I'm like, I'm not pulling receipts. I'm not doing that. I'm encouraging y'all to pay attention to the receipt pulling. Right? I'm here to tell you, you should be paying attention to that receipt pulling, because you should see who you should trust and who you shouldn't going forward, because they didn't have your best interests at heart. They had their own, and I think you need to pay attention to that. You were happening, Lono. Don't sell yourself cheap. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I was happening. Good morning, Genshiro. How are you? I love Halo. I don't understand having a game being on another console affect me. What am I missing? Yeah, no, that's a fair question, and I want to interact with that because I saw that thrown around a lot. People are like, I don't get what the big deal is. They're like, why does it matter if it goes to another platform? I think that's a fair question, but I also think you have to acknowledge their response is equally fair. Like, from your perspective, you're like, this doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Okay. Oh, the hype train on purple. I mean, we're just talking. Like, it's supposed to be in response to people, like, doing subs and stuff, not just randomly popping up in the middle of a conversation. So, yeah, I think the question is fair. Like, why is it such a big deal? You know, Halo campaign evolved, going to PS5, right? Seeing a Halo PS5 release is, to some people, very shocking, very upsetting. And you're like, I don't understand what the big deal is. I think it's deeper than just seeing, like, one of your favorite games go to another platform. Because there were PlayStation fans that were upset when PlayStation said, well, we're going to put games on PC at a later date. You know, we're going to port games at a later date. And there were people that were very upset by that. Some of them were very logical about it. They were like, this is a slippery slope. This is going to lead to devaluation. They believe it could lead to day and date. I don't believe that. I don't think that's ever been signaled by PlayStation. With the way the companies are structured, none of the companies are structured for parallel development. They've not expanded or hired any of their teams for day and date delivery of PC. People always miss this with, like, development timing and how long projects take. If all of the PlayStation studios were setting their sights on that future, they'd be gearing up for that now, right? So that's why that never bothered me. I was like, this makes perfectly good sense. I get what they're doing. I don't think they're moving to day and date on PC. And even if they did, my worry there would not be, oh, my precious console's not getting exclusives. My concern would be, I worry about the game. Is the game going to become just another multi-plat piece of content that comes out that feels rushed, that feels like it's not ready, that feels like it lacks innovation? Because I think that's a common trope of games that go multi-plat because it makes it harder on development. And the guy from Deep Rock Galactic Survivor literally talked about this recently, about what it does to your development. Yo, Paco, thank you for 42 months in a VIP. Welcome back. So this is where it gets really, really messy, because, like, even if PlayStation started doing day and date release on PC, my worry would not be, oh, my console and my exclusives. It would be, no, this is, in my view, this is going to lead to degradation and dilution of the games. I feel like they make better games because they're making them for one platform. I believe that my belief is reasonable. That's a belief that I hold. I believe the pattern in the market backs my belief that there's a very consistent, high degree of quality and innovation from these exclusives. I believe historically we have seen that demonstrated not just on PlayStation but on Xbox as well. So that's why I think people are upset, because they feel like this is the last hammer to fall. Like, there's nothing left for them to think, well, this brand is going to continue to give me the things that they aimed to do. You also have to consider something. The Just 4 Games podcast, they knew when they did that podcast what was happening. Like, I want you to think about this. There was a clip of Destin Legary, and he obviously doesn't have a great, batting average on this topic, but after PlayStation got announced for PS5, his tune immediately changed, because he said, you remember, there's that video of him taking his Series S out of the trash, and it's like, oh, the games are not Indiana Jones and Starfield. And his big push was, these are B-tier games, they're old games, everybody calm down. Like, that was his big thing. Well, when Indiana Jones went to PlayStation, there's a clip of him floating around where he said they knew it was going to PlayStation when he sat there and said that. So, credit to him for pointing that out at the time. Like, wait a minute. You sat down on this podcast earlier this year, you said what you said, and you knew in the back of your mind, oh yeah, Indiana Jones is totally heading to PlayStation. Destin's like, they didn't whip this up. Like, this was coming. This wasn't something that they did overnight, okay? And I think he's right to make that observation because I made similar observations. I was like, they sat down and they made these assurances knowing that Forza was coming. When Forza finally came to PlayStation, it shipped in great condition. It shipped with cross-play. That is not something they whipped up in a month. That was almost assuredly greenlit the previous year. Thank you, Wilbur. I already paused them. That was greenlit the previous year. So, Phil was willing to stare straight face into the camera and tell the Xbox, console owners out there they were still valued. You're not second-class citizens. This is not a signal that all the games are going. And it was like you said that knowing that Indiana Jones was coming and that Forza was coming. So when you ask the question, well, why are people so mad about Halo Campaign Evolved or a Halo PS5 release? Like, why are people mad about that? You can't look at it narrowly. Like, what's the big deal? You got to look at the bigger, broader picture of what was going on. They knew that this was happening, and you've got to ask the question, why would they sit there and willingly drag it out to keep people from realizing what was happening? I was having a conversation about this with Jez Corden, and that was his big question to me. He was like, why would they do this, though? Why would they want people to not know? Why would they be misleading people? Like, for him, it's like he was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? And like, that's fair. That's a similar question that somebody asked this morning. Zubair said that. Like, what's the goal? They had to know this was eventually going to come out. You had to know people were going to be receipt pulling your interviews, your podcasts, what have you. Here's the reality. They knew that people were going to find out eventually, and they were willing to take that PR hit because it meant keeping people loyal longer. It meant getting more money from people for a longer period of time. It was a PR hit. It was a PR hit no matter what. They'd rather take the PR hit later for people being like, oh my gosh, I feel like you misled me. And they're like, yeah, well, you would have been just as angry had we just walked out in December of 2023, had Phil just sat down with Windows Central and been like, this is what we're doing, deal with it. This is the future of Xbox. They would have lost a bunch of people. People would have been angry. They'd have unsubbed. So they knew you were going to do it no matter what. They knew you were going to have a negative response. They knew fans were going to feel betrayed. They knew fans were going to be angry. They just delayed it, is all they did. They staggered your reaction. Like, well, if you have that reaction a year and a half later, we got more money from you. There are millions of people that stayed with Xbox and stayed with Game Pass this entire time that probably wouldn't have stayed if this information came out. That's why people are mad about a Halo PS5. Like, you've got to look at the bigger picture. People have suddenly, taken the veil off, and they're like, oh my gosh, you guys did this willingly, knowingly, the whole road, misleading us about it. Xbox is walking out and saying, so Phil saying stuff to get people lulled into some false, form of confidence. Eugene says, imagine being a member at a private country club, all the money you've spent to keep that place nice and running along with other members, and now the club decides to start letting the public in, and at the same time increase your fees and reduce your privileges. How would that make you feel? Console platforms were sold as walled gardens. Changes to that are rightfully met with frustration and anger. I think that's another good analogy, is that there's a clip of, what's his name? What's the guy's name? There's obviously clips of him they're not great. But I think he spoke very frankly after Hi-Fi Rush. he spoke very frankly after Hi-Fi Rush. He says something to the effect of like, how does he phrase it? He's like, we went through one of the worst generations and we stayed loyal to the brand. And he's like, and he says, this is our generation, right? He's angry. Now listen, you can make fun of him, you can laugh at him. There's obviously clips of him saying things that are ridiculous, like Death Stranding didn't chart and all this. Like, you can get your ha-has in and clip him, and, you know, he's got some pretty wild takes. But I think that clip is especially important to see into the view of the fan, into the view of the person that's like, dude, Xbox One sucked so bad, and we stayed with you, and we believed the hype, we believed the promises, we believed this was going to be a better generation. Yeah, that's his name, Hargeet. Yeah, I'm not receipt pulling Hargeet. I'm saying that clip of him saying, we went through one of the worst generations ever, and we stuck with the brand. The reason that I think that's a good clip, and I actually respect him saying that, is because I was in a similar boat. Like, I didn't think Xbox One was a bad gen because all I was doing was playing Destiny. So I was completely oblivious to how disappointing Xbox One was. But I was loyal to Xbox. I had an Xbox. I was excited when I saw Project Scarlet. I was excited when I saw the Series X. So I unwittingly was like right there with someone like Hargeet, thinking like, this looks like this is a great future for Xbox. That's why people are angry. I think they're angry because they're like, my gosh, why wouldn't you just come out and say this is what you were doing? This is supposed to be our generation. Yeah, and I think he rightfully felt that. He rightfully felt that. This was supposed to be an amazing generation. They came out and made it look like it was going to be amazing. These guys have every right to be ticked. Now, have they had wild takes? Have they obfuscated or misrepresented things about PlayStation? And have they done the console war thing? Yeah, fine, whatever. I'm not concerned about that. I'm saying that gets to the heart of it. Like, that right there is why consumers are ticked off. Because they're like, bro, we trusted you. You came out and said this, and you did a podcast, you did an interview, and it was all a ruse. It was all a ruse. It was designed to drag people along. It's kind of like when someone won't break up with their significant other, and you're like, can you just do it already? Like, it's really cruel for somebody to string someone along and, like, not just break up with them. Make them think that, like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm still love you and we're still going to stay together, when privately they're like, I can't wait to break up with this person. I need to do it before our trip to London so I can go by myself, right? Like, it's similar. It's like you just drug it along. You drug people along, and you made them think that this was still good and this was still fine, and they could still believe in the brand. And they woke up this weekend thinking, what happened? Where did it all go wrong? Right? Now, obviously, you know, if you want to strut your stuff and tell them, like, we tried to tell you that the Activision deal was going to lead to this, and that this was not what you were cheering for something, you were sawing off the branch you were standing on, and you didn't realize it. Like, so what I'm just trying to do is I'm trying to have some empathy and be like, listen, man, I think some of these people have every right to be pissed, even though there have been bad actors in the mix. Oddly specific. You okay, buddy? Yeah, I'm fine, Zoom. I never got to go to London. No. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Pronator. Thanks to you, I switched. Why, I appreciate if my coverage got you to make a decision that, you know, you're more pleased with. I just want consumers to be properly informed. I don't care where you game. You want to game on PC? You want to game on Nintendo? It doesn't matter. I've said this from the beginning, I want people to be properly informed. When I was insistent about the handheld, and I was like, it's not an Xbox. Stop telling people it's going to play their games natively. It will not. The reason I was doing that is it's like, I don't care what you call it. You can call it Susan if you'd like. Just let people know what the frick the thing does so that they don't buy it and feel like they got taken for a ride, because that's happened so much this gen. Wooly, my man, with 24 months. They're shameless and unapologetic at this point. Exclusives are antiquated. Our competition is movies. £30 quid a month, placating and pivoting. Now, Wooly is getting on a wavelength. Let me add that to the total here. 7 already on the day. Wooly's getting on a wavelength that I get on in my video. So, Halo Campaign Evolved, which we all thought it was going to be Halo Combat Evolved Remake, but it's Halo Campaign Evolved. Okay. Seeing a Halo PS5 release, combined with some of the things Matt Booty has said, I think is very worrying. This is not a time to throw confetti in the air. It isn't. Listen to me, you ponies out here. You think this is so great. You want to pull your receipts. You want to take your victory laps. You do it. You do it with both barrels of your chest loaded. You go right ahead. You deserve it. All right? Go on. Go off king. You do you. What I'm saying is, don't be throwing a parade just yet. Don't be throwing confetti in the air. This is not some bright future. If you listen to what Matt Booty says, I'm telling you, nobody's talking about this, and this is the red ring of death right here. This man said on that 4 Games podcast, he says, there are now single games that are larger than any one platform, and that has changed the way we view things. He essentially says that. I might not have the words exactly right, but that's what he says. Okay, I really want you to look at that and just think about that just for a second. Just spend a second on that. What this man is saying is that Fortnite and Minecraft and Warzone has changed the way they view the industry. That right there, Matt Booty's statement is the decoder ring to interpret all of their comments and all of their decision making. It is. He's the decoder ring. He is telling you, oh, yeah, that's why we're making this change. This is why Sarah Bond says exclusives are antiquated. Why? They are looking at the behavior of gamers in Fortnite and Warzone, and I believe they are wrongfully concluding that that represents the gaming market. I believe that is an enormous mistake. They are going to learn rather quickly that these games are the exception. They are not the rule. They are not the rule. You go right ahead and right now try to launch a live service game, and what happens? It's extremely hard to maintain a player base. Do you want to know why? Because the people that like those types of games tend to go back home. Okay? You saw this with X-Defiant. X-Defiant couldn't maintain a player base. It was too adjacent to Call of Duty. And the COD heads eventually go home. So if you think the market at large, like that's how they're now engaging with games, you've got to look at the sales of the single-player titles. And this is another egregious mistake that people make. They're like, oh, but the number of hours that people spend in a given month on live service versus single player, it's so much greater. And it's like, oh my gosh, yes, that's by design. You are never, ever going to clock more hours in Spider-Man than your buddy does in Warzone. Warzone, by design, has him logging in every night, every week, every weekend for months and months and months and months. You play Spider-Man, you beat Spider-Man, you put Spider-Man down, but you still played it. You still bought it. It still generated revenue. It's still... Spider-Man 2 has been in the sales charts for how many years now? Like... They're looking at the landscape of gaming so narrowly, and that's the irony. Is like, well, they're looking at Fortnite and Minecraft, which these are Leviathan monolithic titles. It's so narrow to think that, like, well, that's the industry right there. And then if you combine what he said with what he said about TikTok, that's a worrying forecast of what they're going to be focusing on and what they're going to try to build. Hang on, I got to thank somebody. Super chat from my man William. We tried to warn them, but they cope by saying that PlayStation's going full third party. They don't understand the difference between going full third party and putting some games on third party caveats. Yeah, like, listen, if your Alamo is just a run to PlayStation games on PC, there are easier ways to admit you don't have an argument about this. Like, you're not looking at the bigger picture. There's nothing intellectual about that at all. It is so disingenuous to be like, well, but PlayStation, though, like, that has nothing to do with this conversation. PlayStation's entire goal and approach to putting games on PC, it couldn't be more different. You're looking at a duck and a goose and being like, well, they both have webbed feet. And it's like, they're completely different. They are completely different. People addicted to a game where they spend all their time and money. They want digitals. Yeah, I don't like that word, but yes, they want that digital allegiance. Parasito, what did you say? Parasito's usually got good commentary here. Parasito says gaming execs just be like big number go brrr mentality when it comes to DAU and microtransactions. That's literally it. You know that meme where what McMahon's going like this and smelling the money? That's what they're doing. They're like, oh, yeah, smell that money. Smell that Minecraft money. Smell that Fortnite money. That Warzone money, right? If you look at what Matt Booty said about how they're competing with TikTok and movies, and then you listen to what he said in the Just 4 Games podcast, Halo coming to PlayStation is not a starter pistol for like, oh, this is, here we go, this is going to be great. We're going to get all of Xbox's games on PlayStation. I wouldn't celebrate too soon, my friend, because what this marks is, and the undercurrent underneath all of this is the 30% thing. They're misreading the market completely, says Wooly. They did this before with the casual market, thinking that they'd be interested in Game Pass. They did this with TV. They did it then, too. They did it with TV. And now they're doing it again. They're like, oh, well, I'm telling you what it is, Wooly. It's Steve Jobs from the other side of eternity whispering, I tried to tell you guys that Microsoft had no creativity and no culture. I'm telling you, it's that corporate, just mechanical observation of, oh, well, Fortnite go, brr, look at the numbers. That's what we need to do. We need to put games everywhere. And it's like, there is no soul. There's no creativity. There's no identity there. That's just you trying to maximize reach. And if you're viewing your video game efforts as competing with TikTok and movies, what you're doing is you're saying, we're worried in attention capture. We're not trying to make something that has this strong identity that's going to be magnetic. We're trying to get attention capture. That is not the kind of games you want companies building. No, I want a really, really awesome game that's memorable. I don't want a game that's designed to get me to engage with it more than TikTok. I don't want a game that's designed for me to be like, I have to play this. I better be able to play this everywhere. What? No. Like, the types of games that fit that mold are not the types of games that, top the sales charts. I mean, Fortnite is obviously generating an insane amount of revenue, but these are not like the bespoke games that are at the top of the sales charts when you see like, a Yote's up there after 3 days, or like a Zelda's up there. Or even if you look at games like Expedition 33 from like smaller studios that are purely driven by passion. Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, some of the biggest, multi-plat titles that have clearly been driven by passion and creativity. They weren't designed to capture your attention. They were designed to be an awesome game. Like, I'm telling you, they've got the telescope backwards. It's like you're looking at this the wrong way. The reason those games get tons of attention is because they're literally designed so that you can't stop playing them. That's why they get those hours. You're going to have to do the same thing if that's what you want to get out of games. If that's your end game with video games, is you're just going to have this multi-plat attention manipulative slop. Like, that's not at all a future that I think is one to be excited about. I never thought I would see Halo on PlayStation, but I'm looking forward to the remakes as evidence. William with a $5 Super Chat. Game Pass would benefit from games like Telltale, Don't Nod Movies with point-and-click interactability. That's the way to compete with Netflix and TikTok. My man Ghost in the Garage Gaming says, one of the pillars of sales is word of mouth. If you create a great product or service, people naturally talk about it and try their best to get others to buy in, hence PS5's success. Yeah, well, and why do you think Arc Raiders is sitting so tall right now? Why? Did Arc Raiders design itself to compete with social media? No. They listened to the community. They built something they were passionate about. They made a pretty bold decision. They switched it from a PvE game to PvP. Do you want to know why? It's boring. They were like, it's boring. Thank you, Zubair, for 56 months in a VIP Plus. I have a thing also. I have a member milestone. These are important. What did Nick say? Nick said, people try to equate what Xbox is doing to what PlayStation is doing. Know how disingenuous they're being. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Do you want to know why they do it, Nick? They do it because they just want to make the hardcore PlayStation fans mad. That's all. I've been watching some drama play out, and I picked up on something that I didn't think anybody else picked up on. And I'm not going to make content about this, and I'm not going to comment on this at length. Although this isn't shocking that, like, you know, a big streamer has done some terrible stuff and then, you know, use their power to keep it quiet. But they kept invoking the person's pets. And I was like, I know why they're doing that. They're actually not doing it for the reason people think. They're doing it to gaslight. They're doing it to hurt the person. Like, that's just my observation. I was like, I watched it and I was like, no, I think there's something more sinister going on here. I think that's the same thing. The reason that people are like, oh, but PlayStation games are on Steam. They're just trying to make you mad. Like, they know that they're not making a logical point. They're not making a genuine observation. They're just trying to gaslight. That's all they're doing. They're just like, yeah, look at these games on PC. They know that it's not the same. It's just it's gaslighting 101. Is all it is. They're just trying to irritate you. They know it's not a logical point because it's completely different. And then they've continued to make that prediction that, the games are going to come to PC day and date. And it's like, there's literally no sign of that. There isn't. All the games being built right now for late gen, PlayStation or early gen PS6, they would be gearing up for that. They'd be changing the structure of the studios. They would be hiring staff to help with that. That's not what they're doing. They're not gearing up for parallel development. There would be so many signs of that. It would be budgeted for as well. You would see that in the budget conversations. They'd have to budget more money because the projects would take longer, and they'd be more expensive because you'd have to have new staff. Von Rez says, I think that Microsoft has seen that the console war is a no-win cause, so they made a decision to go publishing instead. I actually think that you're correct, Vaughn, but I think you're talking about like the tip of the iceberg. Like, I think the real story is down here under the water. They are looking at behavior in games like Fortnite and Warzone, and they're saying that's what we want out of gaming. This gets really, really deep if you watch a clip from Mag. Middle-aged gamer guy, friend of the show. He's always been very cordial. He's sitting here in this clip, and he's talking to Colt. I want you to listen to what Mag says, all right? If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like button. Try to get us to 200 likes. We're almost through the first hour. We'll switch to lights, and then I'll start taking your questions, okay? If few points in Discord. Parasito says, in my opinion, hardware and software should be separate houses with a well-established joint baseline and direction. Don't make a console that only survives with first-party software when you don't have software to run on it. PS5 crushed Xbox because they made a powerful, easy-to-develop platform in parallel to good games. The Xbox Series was a Hail Mary just to rush out the competitor console with nothing new to put on it. Xbox One and PS4 were late to the TV game because the codependent dev time was outpaced by TV streaming. Xbox is pivoting to Windows because their hardware and software are completely disjointed. Yeah, I agree with that. I want you to consider the 30% thing. Consider the 30% thing that we just learned about, and I want you to listen to what the handsome man on the right has to say. The handsome man on the left is just going to be listening, okay? I have no issue with either of these gentlemen. I'm showing this clip because I think Mag really paints a picture that lines up with what I'm saying here, that, like, you got to think about what the goal is here. Listen to what he says.
I want to read something. That someone had posted. I'm not going to say who it is. Listen to this, and I quote. A lot of people are saying Xbox is out to lunch asking for 30% margins. It actually does make sense if you view it through the lens of opportunity cost and portfolio realignment, not long-term gaming commitment. So they're not looking, what he's trying to say is that they're not, here, listen up. Yeah. It actually does make sense if you view it through the lens of opportunity cost and portfolio realignment, not long-term gaming commitment. I
want you to think about the part where it says the portfolio part. That is exactly the point. If you're not some big banger in the portfolio, you are at risk. And again, that's when you go back. That's why I said Matt Booty's comments that one single game is now larger than a single platform, and that's completely changed the way we think about these things. You could blame Amy Hood all you want. This Xbox, they started thinking differently about this as well. Now, that could have been at Microsoft's behest, but when Matt Booty said that, that's the decoder ring for all of their decisions.
This man goes on. He says, if Microsoft's internal ROI, which is return of investment models, show that gaming's profit margins between 12 and 22% don't justify the capital, they'll push for 30 plus to prove sustainability before deciding to scale back or divest. That is very, very important. So essentially what he's trying to say is that this is a corporate stress test.
No,
it is not. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. This is not just an incident of, well, we're just going to raise it to 30 and see what happens. No.
Yeah, I said a version of that last week. I said, I think they're doing this so that they can justify closing a bunch of studios and canceling a bunch of projects. It's a threshing floor. I didn't call it a stress test. I called it a threshing floor. I was like, you're basically saying, this is all we're interested in gaming. That's all. And what did I say last week? I said, the games that generate that level of revenue and that level of profit are your live service games, your over monetized, make the game as addicting as possible live service games. Like, that's how you get to those levels of margins. You spend as little as possible and you get tons of money, right? Like, if you look at Fortnite, like, the amount of money they spent to build that and sustain that over the years is like a nickel to $1,000. Like, the amount of money that they've spent to maintain Fortnite compared to how much money it's made is absurd, and that's exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to chart that path of we want really, really high margins. If you think about it, the CFO said this in 2023, pushing into high margin markets. Tim Stewart said this at the end of 2023. They wanted to push into high margin markets because that's what the lesson that they learned from Minecraft, the lesson that they learned from Fortnite, the lesson they're probably learning right now with Warzone, because they own Call of Duty, is the margins are insane. And so that's why when you're like, oh, Halo campaign evolved, a Halo PS5, haha, we won. Nobody is winning right now if this is the future that Xbox is signaling. if this is what they're going to be doing with their platform, their IP, their studios, this is not some rose-colored win. And again, a lot of people will come around and be like, but you wanted PlayStation to win and Xbox to die. And it's like, no. During the ABK trial, there's a clip somewhere, and they didn't like me saying this. They all made fun of this clip. I wonder what they think now of this clip. But I said, what I would do with the $70 billion is I would take half of it and I would invest it in my studios and my IP, and I wouldn't have done the Series S. I would have subsidized Series X to ensure massive distribution, great power, a synergy with the developers, ensure the developers are equipped to build amazing games, be willing to pay contractors benefits, like, be willing to pay your contractors benefits so you don't end up with a 343 situation. Like, that's what I wanted. Wooly says we wanted competition. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wanted them to be competitive. Like, buying... This is what always blew me away when we had those discussions. I was like, buying Activision Blizzard is not competition. It isn't. There's nothing competitive about it. Those games are already coming to the market. That's not additive. I made that point when I was on Crossfire. I was like, this isn't additive at all. If anything, it will lead to reduction. So when I made that video yesterday, it's only like 6 minutes long if you guys want to check it out. We are now an hour into the broadcast. Let's get 200 likes. Let me switch the lights around here, and let's open up the chat to everybody, and then we'll start going through your questions here. There we go. We're no longer in morning coffee for the members. Members, that is a great reason to be a member. That is a great reason to be a member. And you can be here for that first hour and talk and submit questions. Wooly with a 2 pound says, Mag and his flowers, can't believe I disliked him. I have actually never had any problem with Mag. He's always been very kind to me. He's DM'd me a handful of times. Back in the day, when I got a lot of heat for what I was saying, he was actually very kind. He was never nasty to me. I've always appreciated that, that he extended that, that grace and that charity, because so many people were not back then. I think it would be a waste of investing in their studios if Microsoft is still in charge. It would just be waste more money. Yeah, I mean, let me just show you some of the comments on the video. If you guys haven't watched the video yet, the video is basically that Halo coming to PS5. Right here, it says anticlimactic on the thumbnail. Let me make it a little bit bigger. It's right there, anticlimactic. Okay, if you haven't watched that yet, give it a watch, all right, and leave a comment. I'm going to be reading through some of the comments here because the response to this, I think, is sort of just like the beginning rumblings from people. And I've not pre-read any of these. So somebody says here, I was excited for Combat Evolved to come to PlayStation to play with friends who will never buy an Xbox, but seeing it won't come out for another year is insane. No online demo, no new multiplayer. The hype will be dead by next year. We've known it was being redone in Unreal and coming to PlayStation. What exactly was the reveal here? Low cost to help margins. That is why it feels like a half measure. I think that's why it feels like a half measure. I'm telling you, like, this is the future. The future is keep the cost of the project low. No, we're not going to do multiplayer. No, we're not going to build that infrastructure. Why would we do that? They know for a fact that your engagement and your margins on a Halo Combat Evolved remake is not going to be very high. Like, they know that. Like, so you see what I'm saying? Like, this is why, if you listen to what Matt Booty said and you look at this announcement and you kind of like look at what they're forecasting, it is remarkable. It is remarkable that anybody would think, oh, this is going to lead to good things. It's like, no. So this really gets to the heart of something as well that I want to say. This is where the industry's going, people. No, it's not. This is not where the industry's going. That couldn't be more wrong. If you think that Nintendo and PlayStation are viewing the market in the same way, I just want you to look at what both of those companies are doing in China. They are absolutely committed to growing the console and to increasing their saturation. They are 100% committed to that. They are not doing this, oh, well, everything's basically, needs to be tuned to be like Fortnite. Low cost, high margins, playable everywhere. That's what Xbox is signaling. That's what Booty is signaling. Those are like the tenets of like a Fortnite. Low cost, high margins, available everywhere. That's what they're signaling. That is not going to lead to great, excellent games. It isn't. Now, yes, keeping your budget low, I think, is a good thing. We've seen that with Sucker Punch. We saw that with Tsushima. We're seeing that with Yote. And then when the game sells like crazy, like, goodness gracious, like the margins on Yote have to be incredible. But if that's the point, is to go low cost, high margins available everywhere, the type of game you're going to get from that approach is absolutely not going to yield excellent results. It isn't. Can you imagine Nintendo saying everything is a Nintendo? They'd sue themselves. Here's what I need to do. Let me do a Cliff's Notes version here. We're an hour and 5 minutes in. Let me do a Cliff's Notes version so that people that come and watch the VOD later, I want them to still be able to kind of retain that value. All right? Give me 1 second here. Let me go to my history so that we have... I'm not going to record this or anything. This is just a... This is just so... I want the VOD to have good value for folks. What we're going to start doing is you'll see an upload in the evenings. You're going to see an upload in the evenings, and it'll basically be setting the table for the next day. That's why we uploaded that video on Sunday, so that you guys would be ready for today. So my thoughts basically on Halo coming to PS5. Halo Campaign Evolved, which we thought was going to be the Halo Combat Evolved remake. That's essentially what it is without PvP. My feelings on this are pretty torn. I have a full video on this on the channel if you guys want to check it out. The thumbnail says anticlimactic, because that's how I felt about this. There are two reasons it felt anticlimactic. One of those is because we knew it was coming. So it was like, yeah, thanks for finally saying the thing we all knew was going to happen. Even though people were, in denial about it, those of us that were, I think reading the situation with just any amount of honesty could see that this is where things were going. So that was one reason it was anticlimactic. The other reason it sort of was anticlimactic, and like the more I thought about it, the more I reflected on it, the more torn I felt. I was sort of in a state of like, well, yeah, it's nice to be right. It's nice to be proven right, but I think it's disappointing, because I really view this, and I have not changed in this position. I think strong exclusives are important. They drive the market. They push innovation. It signals a competitive spirit within the market. So I think strong exclusives are a good thing. I do not agree with Sarah Bond that they're antiquated. I do not agree with the people who are very quick to parrot everything Microsoft says. I don't agree with these people that say exclusives are anti-consumer or exclusives are going away, and they signal that, well, Nintendo is the exception and PlayStation's doing the same thing. These are all like very, very intentionally disingenuous reads of the market and the situation to justify what Xbox is doing. I think strong exclusives are good. I will never be compelled that they're not, because when I play them and I experience them and I see the success they bring for their studios and their platforms, I believe that they are undeniable. I believe that people are living in a state of denial when they act like exclusives are not important and not vital to the market's success, as well as just maintaining that competitive edge. So I believe that Xbox's diagnosis of the market is in error. They're essentially looking at games like Fortnite and Minecraft and Warzone, and they're essentially saying that is the market. Since that's how people are playing those games and that's how big those games are, they're acting like that's the entire market. That would be like looking at the behavior of mobile gamers or some of the more popular MMOs in China that are mobile and acting like that's indicative of the entire market, purely based by the sheer volume of players and the amount of money that those games generate. I believe that is a very, very faulty way of looking at the market. And what I think is happening is I think they're signaling that that's what they're going to go for. Matt Booty saying that there are games now larger than any one platform. And, he says recently that they're competing with TikTok and movies. If you combine that with their push to have studios in the gaming division essentially give them 30% margins, this is what I think they're signaling. They want games that are low cost, high margin, and available everywhere. I do not feel like that's a recipe for good games. I don't. I feel like that's a recipe for attention-grabbing games, attention-addicting games, more of the live service, more of the low cost, more of the, buckshot approach here to try to make as much money as they can. I don't think this leads to, bespoke, unique, innovative experiences. I do not think this is a bright future that they're painting here. I believe you're going to see a lot of studios and a lot of IP and a lot of games just get sort of Thanos snapped out of existence because that 30% margin is not going to be possible for a lot of those games. So yes, if you think Halo PS5 or Halo Campaign Evolved is some kind of a victory, I wouldn't be so quick to celebrate. And that's essentially what I argued in the video. I make a lot of other points in the video, so go check out the full video if you would like to see what I have to say. I do want to start pulling up questions now. This is something that you guys can do as members. You can submit questions to the channel, and we already have 12 questions submitted. So this is a reason to be here right when the show starts. Make sure you're subscribed, make sure your bell button's pressed, do all of those things, and then you can be featured just like this. And if you help us with the weekly goal, this Friday night is going to be Gaming News Tonight, a new segment that we do with my wife where she reacts to gaming news. It will be in costume because it's Halloween, okay? And then we'll play a spooky game, all right? We got to figure out what spooky game we're going to play this week. Maybe it's a time, to circle back on the Quarry or something like that. Speaking of low cost, high margins, I'm really curious to see how much revenue these games brought in. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Animal Crossing. Mario Kart is a bit of a cheat code though, because Mario Kart 8 was on multiple devices, and so it had a distinct advantage to boost its sales. So Dalton said, since you're someone who is not a huge Halo player, does it matter to you if the Combat Evolved remake is faithful in tone and art style, not mechanics, as those canons should be updated? This is a hot debate right now within sort of like the Halo loyal. So the people that were really looking forward to Halo Combat Evolved remake, they are not, a lot of them, I'm not speaking for every single one, but I did see a lot of them are not happy with the Halo Campaign Evolved trailer. There are people that feel like it doesn't look right, it doesn't look faithful, they're being critical. They don't think that there should be, feature changes or technical updates or anything like that. My take on it is this. I do think with a game that has such a long-standing fan base, I do think you would probably win some goodwill if you enabled people to play a classic version somehow, but I feel like they already kind of did that with the Master Chief Collection. So I don't know if there was enough impetus to do it again with this. That's an overgeneralization. There's a lot of people who are absolutely pleased with it. Oh, I'm just speaking to the people that are not. I know there are people who think it looks great. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who also think it looks terrible. And I mean, they were being very critical. So, I don't know if there was a strong enough impetus to say, okay, let's give them a classic version, baked into this. I think you could have won some goodwill with people, but I think they probably just said it's not worth it. I think that's probably the same reason that it's not shipping with multiplayer, with PvP, I should say. You can play multiplayer. You can play up to 4 people through the campaign online or 2-player local co-op split screen. So I don't think you're ever going to please everybody with something like this. There are going to be people that are angry just because they don't want to see it go to PlayStation, and they're going to be critical of it for that reason. Eugene says it doesn't look up to standards for a first-party tentpole game. I don't know if I agree with that. I've watched it multiple times at 4K on my monitor, and I'm like, I think it looks as good as you're going to get with what they're working with. They're working, okay, so they're working within a world and with armor styles and with guns that unless you're going to completely remake them, I think there's going to be an element of it's going to have like a dated feel a little bit. I think it looks fine. I think it looks good. I think the water looks good. The textures look good. Somebody responded to my anticlimactic video and says, L-Take, what else can I expect from this guy? And yet you are here. And yet you're here. Here you are. And yet, no, I said that wrong. And yet, here you are. Yeah. Congratulations. I know people disagree with me. This guy says on my video about it being anticlimactic. He said, but this is Game Pass's fault. Game Pass has ruined Xbox. Microsoft wanted day one games on Game Pass, so they went out and spent billions of dollars for third-party publishers. The big problem is that Xbox gamers aren't buying games anymore, obviously because of Game Pass. Microsoft wants a way to make money off of game sales and subscriptions, so what else is there to do besides go third-party? If Microsoft wasn't trying to make Game Pass the Netflix of gaming, they would still be out there trying to buy third-party exclusives, and Halo, Gears, and Forza would still be only on Xbox and PC only. It's interesting that when they started putting games on PC, that was when a lot of the PlayStation guys said they're going third party. There are guys that called this from outside the stadium. Like, they predicted the score of the game from the parking lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't like get in and at halftime make a prediction about like what the score of the game was going to be. These homies were tailgating in the parking lot the night before and accurately predicted the score of the game. Like, and they did it based off of games going to PC day and date. I never saw it that way. I only agreed that they were going third party once they got ABK. Once they got ABK, I was like, yeah, this is changing. The name of the game is changing. Because when they got ZeniMax, they still were out here talking about exclusives. They were talking about exclusives. They were like, yeah, this is for exclusives. That's why we did this. And so I did not agree with that prediction. I thought, no, they're not going third party. You know, I remember when they bought ZeniMax, debating with people, I was like, I mean, listen to what Phil Spencer said. I said, yeah, these games are going to be exclusive. Because that's what he said. That's what the man said. So it was like, what other conclusion was there to come to other than that's where they were going to be going with the brand. So I was late on that prediction. So some people would say that they knew this was coming from a long, long time ago. This wasn't just a response to ABK. This was a plan put in motion, a very long time ago. Which I think the signals of change happened after ABK. I think there was a concerted effort to obfuscate and hide that from the public. But it became very obvious. Once they got ABK, you had remarks from the CFO and Satya, and you had Phil having to kind of shroud things with interviews and comments. It's like, oh yeah, this is now changing. When they started putting games on PC, you still had Phil walking out using language about exclusives and talking about things like in the basically the old playbook seemed to be well in play prior to ABK. ABK was what accelerated them to going third party. Yeah, and when he said ABK is not our strategy, but it's an accelerant to our strategy, a lot of people felt like he was signaling like, oh yeah, we've been planning this all along. Paris says, having done the research I did years ago, this is Parasito talking, on Blam and Tiger Engine, they did completely remake the Halo assets in UE5. The only thing they didn't do was hire an art team for new concept design. Most rigid assets look ground up, and rigid assets from Blam likely needed either a lot of work to update or were complete rebuilds. No real way of knowing 100% unless they tell us. Let me take the next question in Q&A. Amskin says, given all that is going on, how do you perceive the future power balance of the platform? I mean, I think you're going to see what Sneakers was afraid of. I think you're going to see them strip things down to the biggest IPs, the games with the biggest margins, That's what I feel like you're going to see. Like I said, low cost, high margins available everywhere is not a recipe for good games. It isn't. It's a recipe for, attempts to garner monetization, microtransactions, and attention. Like it's going to be a lot of. I just don't think it's going to be high quality games. I don't think those tenets. Those are not foundations for building excellent games. Those are how you end up with, live service slop, which we've all seen that work very poorly for PlayStation, and probably what's going to happen with Marathon. Marathon feels that way. Marathon feels very low effort. It's going to be available everywhere. And there's just not a lot to the game. It's just they came out and did an alpha for like a minimum viable product. So I don't know. That would be the concern, is that the power balance within the company, you would see studios and properties, disappear. I don't think any of this is doom and gloom. I think they're signaling that. I don't know how anybody could stare straight face at the 30% margin thing that we learned and listen to what Matt Booty has been saying and not think, oh yeah, this is not a great future. This is not a great future. If you're targeting being like Fortnite and Warzone and Minecraft, and you feel like you've got to compete with TikTok, I worry about the kind of games you're going to be making. I'm worried about the kind of things you're going to be building. That doesn't sound like you're going to be building innovative and unique and strong games. It feels like you're going to be building low cost games in an attempt to get high margins and have the game everywhere. If you're not hitting that 30% margin. Now the other thing I'm seeing people say, I think this will be, if you want to know what this is my prediction. So I've made predictions before about what people are going to say and how they're going to spin this. It would not surprise me if this week especially, because the dust is going to settle and you have to say something to your audience. You got to say something to the public. I think the next line of argumentation is going to be fear-mongering about, well, congratulations, you got what you wanted. Now PlayStation has no competition. They're going to charge us $1,000 for the next console and $100 for games. I think that's going to be the next line of attack, is instead of just facing the facts and looking at what one brand is doing, it'll be, well, let's look at the other brand. Let's cast doubt on them. Let's make them seem like they're not going to be any good. We saw that early this gen with claims about the hardware and how one hardware was going to be so much better than the other. I think that's going to be the next thing is, oh yeah, congratulations, you guys got what you wanted. Like, instead of looking at Xbox and being like, oh, this is Xbox is doing, this is Microsoft's doing, like, hardcore PlayStation fans on Twitter didn't bring this about. Like, let's get that one straight. Hardcore, PlayStation fans on YouTube and Twitter did not bring about this course of events. Microsoft did. But that's going to be the next thing. It's like, oh yeah, without competition, PlayStation's going to charge you $1,000 for a console. I actually don't think that is a likely future for a handful of reasons. There was an earnings call earlier this year, and PlayStation was very, very hesitant to raise the price of the PS5. They had done a lot to delay, and this was in response to the tariffs. So they're on record as being like, we have done this and this and this. They outlined these multiple things they had done. They were even considering bringing production to America. And I've stressed it at the time, and I'm going to stress it again here. When the CEO of a Japanese company is saying, we're thinking about taking production to America, they are looking at under every rock. They're looking everywhere they can to avoid raising the price of their device. Asian companies don't really have a habit of bringing production to America because it's expensive to do production here. Our cost of living is higher. Anticipated wages are higher, right? The land to build on is probably more expensive. The raw materials to build the building is going to be more expensive. Like, trying to bring production here is like, they're desperate. And the reason they were desperate and the reason that they shored up stock of PS5 in America was they know the market is very sensitive to price on this device. You know, you're raising the price of headphones and things here and there. They were looking at the potential losses they were going to be facing on the device, and they waited until the very last. They waited until they felt like they had to. Okay. So, if that's their posture when they raise the price of the console by $50, I do not think that they're going to be like, well, haha, Xbox exited the hardware fight. We're going to charge $1,000 for our console. I'm here to tell you that prediction, it's hard not to be insulting. It's really, really, okay, I'm just going to use the word bad because I want to say a lot of other words. I'm going to say bad. That is a very bad prediction. There is so much in the market right now that signals they would never do that. It would murder the demand of the product. It would not sell well. Now, I traditionally, when I saw the 700 Pro and I looked at inflation, I was like, guys, next gen, we could be looking at consoles that are $900 or $1,000. I was educated. I had some other people come in and talk about mass market appeal and price sensitivity. And then I looked at this earnings call from PlayStation and I'm like, yeah, there's no way they're going to do that. There's no way. Also, if PlayStation was going to react to Xbox, they would have done it this year. They would have. JW, thank you so much for the first 5 bomb of the week. Thank you very much, taking us to 13. Bit of a slow start on the members. You guys went insane last week. And this week, we've got a new incentive. Every Friday night is now Gaming News Tonight. My wife reacts to Gaming News. It's a public stream. Only members can talk. But we will be in costume because it's Halloween. So that'll be a fun time. But yeah, I think that prediction is going to be where they go next. And I just don't think so. I don't think there's a future where they would dare to do that because it would hurt the device. You know? It would hurt the device. Somebody's saying thanks for the gifted. Oh, Alex must have gifted it to you the other night. I was one of the people that assured you they wouldn't price the PS6 that high. It'll probably be like $600. Yeah, William, I think you were one of the people that argued with me, and I forget how you did it or the exact points that you made. But I was like, you know what? Maybe you're right. Like the demand would be so harmed by that. They likely aren't going to do that. They're not going to have the price be that high. New incentive. We hit 1,000 and Lono wears a jacket and a tie, but no shirt. We will have him put pasties to keep it safe for work. No, that is not an incentive, Zubair. Stop saying that. Oh yeah, I don't have the coffee in view. I don't have the coffee in view. So yeah, I think that's going to be the next course of action. Is they'll start doing this sort of, you know, this is all going to be bad, and you PlayStation guys wanted Xbox to be dead. I hope you're happy. I hope you like $1,000 consoles and $100 games. And it's like, Xbox raised the price on their hardware twice. They tried to do the $80 games thing, and then they had to walk it back. I think if PlayStation was going to react to Xbox, that would have been the perfect time for them to be like, oh yeah, we're raising our prices too. You know? Lono, make better false news from Adam. I will try to come up with better fake stories. So on Friday night, we try to trip up my wife with fake news stories to see if she can pick out what the fake story is. And, I've not done a great job. It's a brand new segment. Give me time to get good at it, all right? Don't be surprised if a lot of next gen is North American SKU manufactured domestically. and an other SKU made in China. Maybe. They haven't walked back the $80 games? What do you mean, Eugene? Outer Worlds is no longer $80, and I'm pretty sure, isn't Black Ops 7, don't we already know the price? Black Ops 7's not $80, is it? They just chose not to release Outer Worlds? Yeah, but they said, Black Ops 7 is $70. If they were walking out $80 games, then Black Ops 7 would be $80, Eugene. The way they spoke about it and the way the blog read, it was like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to be charging $80 for Black Ops. Somebody, Resident Recon, commented on my Halo video. He says, I honestly at first was ticked that PS6 is going to get Halo, but then Sony gave Xbox Helldivers 2, so I say we're even. Well, if we go Spider-Man and God of War, we'll be even, because Halo being third game, then we'll call it even. God of War and Spider-Man will be playable on the PC hybrid through Steam, but they aren't getting ported to Xbox. Trust. I don't see that ever happening. That console is doing so poorly and is basically on its way out. There would be no reason to spend a dime porting games to that platform right now. He means they'll do $80 next year? I mean, I could see them deciding to do 80 eventually. And Alex drops a 5 bomb on Purple. It's now 18 on the week. It is 12-6. YouTube currently in the lead. Thank you, Alex. You guys had a knockdown, drag-out fight on Friday. It was incredible. This guy leaves a comment. Halls says, I don't think people realize how dangerous Microsoft is. They're the Skynet. They are Arasaka. They will scorch half the gaming industry and studios and exit without a second breath. The best outcome is they become a Sega-like company. Lots of studios and games are in jeopardy, I fear. Yeah, I think a lot of these companies are in jeopardy, and they've signaled that very loudly. JC submits a question. Do you have any interest in playing through the Halo remake? I mean, I could see playing it for you guys the day it comes out and showing you guys some co-op with Madam. I just don't know if Madam and I are going to vibe with it. That would be the only way I would play that game to completion, is if Madam and I are enjoying it. I don't have a nostalgic attachment to it, so my concern is after a couple of hours, I feel like we're just going to be bored. Coming from Borderlands 4, and we've been playing Painkiller, that's a fun co-op, shooter. Coming from those games, I just don't know. I really don't know. It's like, there's just, if you don't have a strong nostalgic attachment to this game, I think it, I don't know. I think it'll fall off pretty quickly. I think y'all would like it. I was watching one of their guys play, and he was circle fighting the big tough guys and like shooting them in the back, and I'm just like, it looked boring to me, y'all. I'm sorry. You Halo fans are like, oh my gosh, I'm like, that looks boring. That's just my response to it. I'm just being honest. See, what's interesting is no matter what you say, people will co-op this into their... The irony is they'll claim I'm console warring, and yet they always co-op my clips for console warring, which is interesting. Like, they're the ones still doing it. If I was hyped about it, they would say, well, now he's only excited because it's coming to PlayStation. What a pony. And if I say it looks boring, they'll say, oh, he's hating on it because he's a pony. Like, no matter what you do, they're gonna co-op my comments into their fights and into their whatever this machine is that still runs. Like me wearing a suit and tie on a Friday night gets co-opted into their stupid fight. It's like that had nothing to do with Halo. That was literally something that we did in response to a thumbnail from a week before. But they just lie and make stuff up. So to me, it's like, It doesn't matter what I say. That's just my honest response, though, is I thought it looked boring. I thought it visually looked very good. I thought the graphics, the visuals, I was like, yeah, I think it looks great. I don't think I'm going to play it for very long because I think it looks boring. You know, 4-player co-op sounds great, but again, I'm not going to find people that to come and play with Madam and I. And the, you know, our experience with Borderlands, we've had a good time, just the two of us. So, how is the suit connected to Halo? Allegedly, you were dressed up to make fun of Colt. Keep it 100. No, I was not. That is not why we did that. 2 weeks ago, we launched a segment called Gaming News Tonight, where Madam reacts to gaming news, and we thought it was funny to make a thumbnail of a news desk, and it put me in a suit and tie. And then last week when we were working on those goals, somebody was like, oh, you should wear a suit and tie tonight because of the thumbnail. Nobody suggested it in response to Colt Eastwood when he wore the suit and tie after the ABK deal. So people were like, oh, he's wearing it because you know PlayStation got Halo or to make fun of Colt. It was like, no. I know it's difficult for these people to understand that, like, I don't live in their small little sycophantic world. Like, we just do our thing here. We don't pay attention to that kind of stuff. Like, I would never do that. Like, yeah, I'm gonna wear a suit and tie to make fun of another creator. Like, it was literally a joke about it's a news desk. Lono doesn't wear suit and ties. Like, I had to look for one. I don't, like, typically, even my daughter was like, you never wear a suit and tie. What are you doing? People be reaching. That's the grand irony, is they'll be like, yeah, he keeps console warring. And it's like, no, you co-opt everything I say into a console war because you have nothing better to do. Like, I've said for a long time, there hasn't been a console war this gen. I felt like it was over last gen. That's the element I was missing. Buddy put on a suit before in regards to gaming news. Yes. So. Anyway. So where are we living? All right. Next question is from Bumblepants. Do you think Halo 2 and 3 campaigns will follow in subsequent years, or will the success of the first one determine the future? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. I don't know if the goal here is to, like, slowly remake each one. Yeah, I don't know if they're just going to slowly remake each one. I have not really thought about this beyond, I could see this being like a way to, like, whet people's appetites, right? I could see that. I could also see them saying it was literally just to introduce people to the franchise, and then when, you know, the next mainline Halo comes out, it'll be, you know, it'll be like something they're familiar with. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it could literally just be a way to whet people's appetites. Like, I don't know if they're just going to slowly go through and just remake every single Halo. I'm sure it'll turn on the ROI of the first one. It's Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like, if they feel like they got really good return and they feel like they can do the other ones relatively low cost, then they would probably then do the other ones. So, is this confirmed 70? I don't know if there's been a confirmed price. Yeah. This is a helpful video to see how faithful it'll be if you're curious, says Cool Spoon. Honestly, it looks better and closer to H2A than the original Combat Evolved art style, but that still leagues better than H4 and H5. It has no commentary. Yeah, I'm not interested. I appreciate the video, but I'm not interested in looking at that right now. If we're being honest, the console war ended during the 360 era, when Microsoft started dedicating resources to Kinect and the purchase of Minecraft. Microsoft wasn't trying to win hardcore gamers since. I think it's an introduction and practice with Unreal 5. I don't think that's a bad prediction. Like, you know, The going through and doing every single one, I don't know if that's the goal. Like, is that what you want the studio working on? You know, I just don't know. I don't know if that's what you want the studio working on. Do you want the studio working on that, or do you want the studio working on the next game? You know, like where do you want them focusing their attention, I guess, would be the fundamental question. I just realized I'm going to leave a live discussion link on that upload. So if you guys go and leave a comment on that upload, there'll be a pinned comment at the top to come here to the live show. Here's another question from Buckeye Plays. He says, given the gameplay updates, added missions, and response from PlayStation Twitter, do you think Halo Campaign Evolved is enough to attract the PlayStation audience? I mean, when you say enough to attract, I don't really quite know what to say to that. I mean, I don't know exactly what you mean. I think it will sell well. I think as a first shot, like as a opening salvo, I think it'll sell well. And a lot of people, when you ask them, like, what's the best Halo, they'll either say Halo 2 or they'll say Halo Reach. So there could be grounds to keep going, you know, to do Halo 2 and just kind of, you know, move all the way through. There could be grounds to do that. I think the concern and the worry that Microsoft would have is, after you do the first one, is the paint gonna chip pretty quickly, and people are gonna say, yeah, that was pretty, but it still feels kind of like an old game. Think about it from this perspective. If you don't have a nostalgic attachment to Halo Combat Evolved, then the Halo Campaign Evolved, I wonder if it's just going to land flat with people. Like, are they going to play for like an hour and be like, I don't get it? Like, I'm not saying that's going to be the response. I'm just saying that very likely could be the response. People that are all about this game and have like a strong nostalgia for it. Are they gonna play for an hour and be like, yeah, I don't get what all the hype is about? Because like I'm saying, if you haven't really played it, if you haven't really grown up with it, or you don't have this long-standing attachment, are you even like, yeah, this is you know, it's a pretty good-looking Unreal game? But again, are you going to get an hour or two into this campaign and be like, I don't understand what all the hype is about? Because it still is, at its core, it's still gonna have elements of it that feel like an old game, and that's not a problem. That's not me hating on it. Like, I think that the fans, you know, that are looking forward to it are probably going to have a really good time. I'm talking about people that have never touched this before. Not a Halo guy. I'm not getting it on PlayStation, even though it's my main console. It looks dated and slow. You guys are debating which one's the best. A lot of guys on PlayStation played Halo 1. It's nothing new for some. We said the same thing about Gears Reloaded, that it would sell well. I think that it's going to fall into the wait for a sale bin for most people. I still think Gears of War E-Day has a stronger possibility of doing well on PlayStation, just because I think it's going to look and feel like other PlayStation games. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Gears of War E-Day has a strong chance of being very successful on PlayStation, because like just that third person camera perspective, like the gritty vibe, you know, I feel like it could do very, very well. If they improve the movement and the feel of the game, how will it feel slow? They even added a sprint. People grow up and get old. There's a whole generation of young people that have never played Halo. I'm gonna be real with you, El Duderino. If you think young audience gamers are gonna be in this game and enjoying it, I don't think so. I mean, chat, you can weigh in on this, but I really don't think so. And I don't think adding sprint is going to be that transformative. Enemy movement, level design, the way the game flows and feels. Like, I don't think Sprint's going to make it feel like Doom Eternal. And I'm not saying it needs to feel like Doom Eternal. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's going to suddenly feel like, oh my gosh, this game is so fast. I also don't think the younger generation is gonna pay any attention to this. My kids have no interest. Yeah, like you could be right. I don't see it that way. I don't think the younger audience is gonna flock to this at all. What makes it feel fast? Well, part of what makes a game feel fast is not just the speed of the player. It's the level design. It's, FOV has a plays a part. It's a level of agility. So it's not just like, oh, I can run really fast. Like, is there a level of agility that you give to the player? Is there like a vertical or lateral agility? Like, can you do those things with quickness? I'm not talking about being fast. Like, I think there is an element of agility in a game that can make it feel fast, and you could have identical sprint speeds from one game to the next, and one's going to feel faster because of how the enemies behave, how the character can move, and what have you. I don't want to get lost in these weeds here. My general prediction is that the younger generation is not going to flock to Halo Campaign Evolved. Like, I just don't think so. Destiny 2 Year 1, yeah, I think if you look at Destiny is a good example of how in Destiny 2, it wasn't like they just made it so you could sprint faster and like, oh yeah, now Destiny feels fast. They called it the Go Fast update because they added a heightened level of like agility and movement that wasn't there. And yes, I think that included increasing sprint speed. But yeah, I don't think this thing is going to be knocking down the door. Like, I think it'll sell fine, but I don't think you're going to have like all this younger generation beating the door down to get into Halo Campaign Evolved. And I also think that, to me, I wasn't even really commentating on the sales. I was commentating on the prospect of people are going to play for an hour and then be like, I don't get it. Like, if you don't have a nostalgic attachment to this is something I feel like Halo fans, anytime we've talked about this over the years, I feel like Halo fans have a really, really hard time with this one. I feel like they have a really, really hard time seeing the game in the current context as it is. Like, they see it as they remember it. Does that make sense? They see it as they remember it. Like, I can stare straight-faced at Quake 3 Arena, and I'm like, that would die today. Nobody would want to frickin' play that. Even though I loved it, and I had fun with it, and I was in a clan, and I went to LAN parties in Michigan, and packed up a car with a buddy of mine, and took my PCs up there. We took our PCs up there, I should say. Like, I can look at Quake 3 and say, yeah, in our current context, it wouldn't be a very appealing game. Lawbreakers learned this pretty quickly, that like that style of game has just kind of gone the way of the buffalo. I feel like commonly when we have these conversations about Halo, the Halo fan base really struggles to see the game as it would exist right now if you just dropped it and we're like, yeah, what do you think? I think a lot of the modern landscape, like and when I say modern audiences, I'm not saying like modern audiences. I'm saying like literally people right now that are coming fresh out of, Warzone and PUBG and Destiny and, other shooters, even Borderlands. I don't know if they're going to land in a Halo Campaign Evolved and say, oh my gosh, I get why this game is so famous. I don't think it's going to land that strongly with people. I think it's going to be great for fans. I'm talking about new fans, like people who don't have a nostalgic attachment to it. My prediction is you're going to get an hour or two in and say, I don't get it. I think this is kind of boring. If you have an attachment to it, You're going to hear the music. You're going to hear the sound effects. You're going to go to the certain missions, and you're going to be like, this is awesome. What I'm saying is young people don't know Halo. You can always reintroduce it if you modernize it. There's only so much you can do with the physics of the game. Where else do you take shooters? Hilly says, only 18 members on my birthday. This can't be. Hilly, is it really your birthday? Why do you say that, though, Lono? What about the game suggests to you that it is boring? I just... Are we watching the same thing? Like, are we watching the same gameplay? Like, I just look at it, and I'm like, it just looks boring. It looks slow. I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm giving you my perspective on it. I do not have a nostalgic attachment to Halo. I think many people will share my opinion. I think many people will be like, that looks boring. That looks slow. You can look at it and be like, it looks amazing. It looks awesome. It brings back so many great memories. And I hope you have a ball with it. I'm here to tell you that I think a lot of people are going to share my sentiment. Me and Hilly have the same birthday. That's dope. Jamal and Hilly have the same birthday. Thank you, QBZ, for 38 months. He bumps the line to 19. Yeah, Hilly says he turns 44 today, chat. He likes record membership days on his birthday. Hilly, you're gonna be very disappointed. People went a little crazy on Friday. It'll take some time to get the train rolling again. Thank you so much. Hilly puts his money where his mouth is. He gifts a member. He gets us 5 away from the first milestone of the week. Thank you, Hilly. Every 25, I gift one back. Hilly says 1,000 members today. Probably not, Hilly. Stop. For its time, it was great. Today, not so much. Oh, yours is Friday, Big 35. Hey, it's a good week. It's a good week for birthdays. Parasito gifts 5 on Twitch and secures the first gifted member for me of the week. I owe Purple a member. Here it comes. Our next milestone is 1,400 points over there. And YouTube now only leads the day by 1. And and then Paris is gonna do a little Agents of Chaos work over here. He's gonna bump the line by 1 with his VIP renewal. Happy birthday, old man, he says, 35 months. I don't want to get stuck on this. I'm not being critical and I'm not being negative. I'm just here to tell you, if you don't have a nostalgic attachment to Halo, I don't think people are going to respond that strongly and positively to this thing. I don't. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If this thing doesn't just sell well, but gets like crazy engagement and high praise and word of mouth, and a 5 bomb from Parasito also over here on YouTube. Paris is playing both sides of the aisle here. It's now 31. We're a 20 bomb away from the next milestone of 50. Thank you so much, Paris. Let me go to the next question. Yeah, let me go to the next question. I don't want to get stuck on this. I am not trying to talk trash about this. I'm just trying to give you the perspective of somebody who does not have a nostalgic attachment to Halo. And I think that's going to have an effect on what people think and experience when they play it. I agree with that statement. If you were there since the beginning, it doesn't mean the same. Yeah. Oh, no, you're saying if you weren't there. Yeah, if you weren't there from the beginning, for sure. Yes, I agree. Okay. And a member plus from Crinab, 29 months on YouTube, bumps the line. He says, I haven't watched much lately, but I keep my sub going because I appreciate your content. Well, thank you so much for doing that. Hilly is spamming Farty Bomb on both platforms. Good luck, Hilly. Good luck. I've not seen any of the big dogs in attendance today. If you're wanting 50 bombs for your birthday, good luck, Hilberg. Raphael says, with a question here, what's your analysis on the CFO saying that Xbox needs to hit a 30% profit margin? Yeah, I agree with Mag, with Middle Aged Gamer Guy. We watched a clip of him a little bit ago with Colt Eastwood, and he said that, this is a corporate stress test. I called it a threshing floor last week. I said this is how they're going to get rid of a bunch of studios and projects that they don't feel generate enough money. Better analogy, they do a new remaster of Superman from 1978. Some of us would lose our minds. Most people would be like, these special effects suck, man. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good analogy. Yeah. Yeah, but Raphael, that's what I think. I said that last week. I said they're going to use this 30% margin thing as an excuse to shutter a bunch of studios and projects, and Mag was kind of reading through some commentary that basically said the same thing. It's a corporate stress test. They're just trying to get some of these things closed down and out the door because they're not going to generate enough money. If you look at the CFO's desire for those margins and you listen to Matt Booty's commentary, they want low-cost games with high margins that they can put everywhere. And I'm going to keep telling you that's not a good recipe for games. It isn't. Yo, Flyers! He's getting back to his roots. This guy used to go crazy. He drops a 20 bomb on Twitch for Hilly's birthday. Good to see you, Flyers. And that gives Twitch the lead. It is now 32-20. I owe Twitch another member. Flyers hits the next milestone of 50. So every 25, I gift one back. Thank you so much for doing that, sir. Hope you and the fam are well, Flyers. There you go. I paid back. You guys absolutely break. I have an application that combines my chats, and whenever Twitch goes crazy, it breaks my chat for a little bit. So let me go to the next question here. Wooly on Twitter says, listening to both Middle-Aged Gamer Guy and Reforge Gaming only reinforces that nobody should be celebrating Halo on PlayStation. Going back to Booty's words, the look at Fortnite and Warzone as the market. They don't consider 20 million people playing Spider-Man as a success because they're not being kept logged in and retained on that game. So they're about to pivot into low-cost, high-profit live service juggernaut, scrapping a whole lot of IP. Yep. That's right. That's well stated. That's well stated. Here to tell you, I don't think it's good. Okay. Wait, did something happen? Hilly's spamming again. Oh, he's spamming It's Coming and Xbox on YouTube. Hilly, you're a maniac. Let me pull up another question here. Feed on Land says, I'm so confused about the term PC console hybrid. From everything I've seen so far, it's literally just a PC. I'm guessing the hybrid part is it'll be easier to set up in the living room. So what's interesting about the PC hybrid is this is the question that I have gotten the most about it, which I think is interesting. So what I think is getting kind of lost in translation here is functionally, yes, it's just going to be a PC, okay? Functionally. Hope you and the family are doing well. Thank you, Flyers. Functionally. But if you plug it into your TV with ease, control it with a controller, and this is the key point. This is like is this the linchpin? This is the final piece of the puzzle that slides into place. The OS, the operating system, the UI will be console. Like they're not going to want it to feel like Windows. That's what they're working on right now. That's where you're not going to really be able to distinguish it between like the previous consoles. Like you will be able to distinguish it, but you're going to be like, oh yeah, this looks and feels like a console. I brought it home, took it out of the box, I plugged it into my TV, I turned it on with a controller, I control it and interact with it with a controller, and the OS and the UI is not Windows, with a start bar at the bottom. Thank you, Jordan, for 5 months of memberships. Welcome back in. If you guys want your membership on YouTube to count towards the total, you got to upgrade to Member Plus. I can't tell the difference between a gifted member and a regular member. And we are trying to get to 600. If we get to 600 member plus and above on YouTube, I have to, I forget what the goal, I don't even remember what the goal is anymore. With the member plus thing, I stopped pushing. But we had a goal for that. Does anybody remember what it is? I can't remember what it is. So yeah, the PC hybrid, I commonly get asked this question. Like, I don't understand. It sounds like it's just going to be a PC. It will be basically a PC. Listen, if we're honest, an Xbox is basically internally a lot of those pieces and parts. I mean, it's what you would have in a PC. Just, do you see what I'm saying? Like, they're not, I don't think they're going to be stressing the console. 600 was just a backyard stream. That's right. It's the IRL stream. 700 was that I have to platinum Mind's Eye. If we get to 700 member plus and above, I have to platinum Mind's Eye. 600 was I do an IRL stream in the backyard, which at this point, if you guys hit it in the coming months, I'm going to be sitting outside freezing, which would be its own version of hilarity. So yeah. Anyways, Siriu says, do you think that the 30% margin is actually achievable, or is this more a test to see who gets to keep their jobs? The second part. Yeah, it's not achievable, and they know it. It's not achievable. They know that it's not achievable. They could hit a button and print a report right now that shows them the margin of every studio underneath their ownership. There's going to be some in the 10, 12, 15%, 17%, whatever. They know that this is not something that a lot of the studios are going to achieve. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think this is going to be like a surprise when we get through the first quarter of next year and we're like, you know, how many studios got shuttered and how many projects got canceled. Like, that's coming. That's on the horizon. You know. And it's going to be, this is why that's going to be terrible. Because you're going to have people lose their jobs. There's going to be less talent in the industry. There's going to be less product coming to the industry. And when we warned this would happen, we were name-called, made fun of, and it said that we were fear-mongering. And then when it does happen and we say, yeah, see, we told you it was going to happen, you know what people will say? Yeah, now is not the time for that. That's what people will do. Now is not the time for that. The time is for empathy. And then we'll just all move on. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of pointing the finger at Microsoft and pointing the finger at the people that wanted this to happen and act like this was going to be good for the industry and being like, you didn't know what the frick you were talking about. Microsoft has a history of doing this. This is absolutely destructive. Instead of doing that, it's going to be this, you know, this empty virtue signal about, oh, the poor people that got laid off, which, yeah, that sucks and is terrible. But, you know, Savior, oh, come on. I'm trying to, oh, there it is. I'm like trying to pop my back. Save your sympathy. Save it. This was a concern from the beginning, and when it all happens, everybody wants to be like, hey, you know, don't receipt pull and call out the people who said this was going to be good. Don't do that. Now is not the time for that. Like, oh, okay. I guess it's never time for that. Perfect Image says, why do YouTubers hate exclusive games, but when it comes to streaming content, everyone has all three: Netflix, HBO, Disney? I don't get it. Well, the dislike of exclusives is, there's a couple of like buckets where, hang on, who submitted a question? Hilly, did your question get through? Yeah, your question got through, Hilly, don't worry. I worry that it's hard to sometimes talk about this because it's hard to properly categorize, but I think there are buckets of people that view it in a particular way. Okay? So, let's just start with the bucket of the people that we just don't need to pay much attention to. There's the bucket of people who only just started saying this recently because Microsoft said it. I don't think you should pay these people any attention because there's zero authenticity in their view. It's fake. It's a form of marketing. They might as well be pushing out paid advertisements that say this is an Xbox. They might as well. It's tantamount to that. You are just parroting Microsoft's talking points. I take that bucket, I just slide it off the table. I'm like, I don't give a frick what those people are saying. They're only saying it right now because Microsoft is saying it's not a genuine position. Let's just get them off the table. Who cares what they say? It isn't authentic. It isn't genuine. They're going to change what they say. They're going to change what they think next year too, because Microsoft will trot out something new that they need to parrot. Okay? There are people in a bucket, they're in a category, and they genuinely have never liked exclusives. They genuinely have never liked them. They buy one box and they hate it, and it irritates them, right? When I had the Xbox, it drove me crazy that, Destiny had exclusives on PlayStation. Now, I didn't campaign against exclusives. I didn't like them. I found them to be annoying. I remember being annoyed that even though I could play it, the sequel to Tomb Raider, they did the reboot to Tomb Raider, and then the second game was like a timed exclusive on Xbox, and they launched it like the same day as Fallout 4. I think, isn't that what they did? And I was like, what a stupid thing to do to your game. Limit its reach to one platform for like a year and launch it the same day as another big title. So I was angry as a fan of Tomb Raider, even though I could play it and it came to my box. I thought that was a bad decision. But again, I never went out and campaigned and said exclusives are anti-consumer. I never went out and said, oh yeah, exclusives are bad and you shouldn't do them. I just didn't like them. I was like, that's kind of annoying, but guess what? I had a Nintendo Switch so that I could play Zelda. I bought a PlayStation 4 Pro so that I could play Spider-Man, and I wanted to play God of War 2018, right? I wasn't a fan. I was like, that's kind of annoying. I hated the PlayStation 4 controller, and I used a Cronus so that I could use my Xbox controller. So when I played Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018, I did that with an Xbox controller on my PlayStation 4 Pro. Because that's how much of an Xbox guy I was. So I do think there are people in a bucket, and they genuinely, it's an authentic view. They're not a fan of exclusives. They don't like them. They wish games were everywhere. Then there's another bucket of people. It's like they're like all about PC. They hate consoles. They long for a future where there are no consoles and there are no exclusives, and we're all buying these boxes or these cloud access points, and they think games should just be available everywhere. Okay, these are the ideologues, right? There are people that argue for the ideology of games should be everywhere. By and large, I have found that position to be incredibly lacking. It's not argued from a place of logic or reason. It's tantamount to a tantrum. It's like, we don't want to have to buy something else or play somewhere else. All these games should be everywhere. What you will never, ever, ever find these people doing is barking at, yelling at, and berating the ocean of AA and indie titles that only land on PC. You will never see it. Why? Because it's not a consistent position. It is a position that is completely lacking in nuance and intelligence and information. It's pure ideology from its head to its toes. It's thoughtless. It is absolutely thoughtless. If you look at the ocean of AA titles and indie titles that only go to Steam, why are you not yelling at those people to put their games everywhere? Why are you not doing that? Number one, you'd look stupid. Number two, you'd get a quick lesson and a quick education in it's not that simple, and it's never been that simple. The Deep Rock Galactic Survivor developers spoke to this rather specifically recently when they went into early access, had 1.0, and they were able to ship to Xbox. And they were like, we love to ship everywhere. It's extremely complicated. It really puts stress on the project. It really limits feature development to develop for every platform. So this idea that, oh, every game should be everywhere, it is not a logical, business-informed position. It is ideological. It is so bankrupt because the industry is busting. I mean, busting at the seams with indie games and AA games that only go to Steam. And you will never, I mean never, see any of these people bellyaching about that. But they would if they were consistent. You'd be on these Twitter accounts, you'd be on these forums and saying, what the heck is your problem? Why is your game not on the Switch 2? Why is your game not on the PlayStation? Why is your game not on the Xbox? The reason they don't do that is they'd look like an idiot if they did that. It only works when you use it to stoke the fires of a dying console war and wail on a company like PlayStation. It doesn't work in any other context. It looks absolutely idiotic to go to like a small studio and be like, why is your game not everywhere? They're going to tell you straight face, it's expensive. What do you mean? Do you think that we're just like oblivious to this easy free money button in our office that we could push to be like, we've been working on this game all these years and somebody put a sandwich wrapper on top of the button where we can just push this button and now our game is everywhere and we get tons of money. Like, there are so many studios that don't put their game everywhere. And you have to ask the question, like, why? Why do so many studios only put their game on Steam? And it's going to come down to cost, market assessment, and the most likely path to profitability. Like, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's why. That's why those games come out like that. There's nothing wrong with it at all. It's not anti-consumer. It isn't. It's a product that's being made in a context for it to flourish the best. And this juvenile sort of stamping of the feet where games should be everywhere. This is anti-consumer. The lion's share of the games that come out every year are not landing everywhere. They're not. There's an ocean of games that launch every single calendar year that are not on every platform. It's suddenly a problem now because we all know why it's suddenly a problem now. And the reason that they don't think this through is because it's easy clickism. It's easy to throw out a video. It's easy to make fun of somebody like me and to be like, oh, his precious console, he's a console fanboy. He thinks exclusives are good. He's a corporate shill. Okay, those are just labels. Those are just more thoughtless labels. If you look at the actual industry at wide, you will significantly notice that like this is a very common practice. It's the games are landing on one place. Zubair says, this is the point I disagree with Lono about. I think the rational consumer needs to worry about their own needs. It's an adversarial system. The consumer is not required to worry about industry health. I'm not arguing industry health. I'm arguing that the position isn't consistent. I've not once today in this rant said that there is an impetus on the consumer to be concerned about the health of the developer. I'm simply saying that those are the facts. That's why they can't do it. It's why they don't do it. If you went right now angry, you're holding your Switch 2 and you're like, why can't I play Deep Rock Galactic Survivor? The developer's going to tell you, it's extremely expensive for us to build a game for every single platform. We are hoping and desiring our game to be everywhere, but right now this is what we have built and this is what we have focused on. That's what they would tell you. See TJ Love's question. So I'm supposed to think about the devs more than my own preference? No. That is a presumptive projection on my position that I never argued not once in the last 10 minutes. Not once have I said, you're supposed to be concerned about what the dev is doing. I'm saying, if you believe that exclusives are anti-consumer, I highly doubt you consistently go and wail on every dev and every studio that does it. It's only ever lobbied against PlayStation and sometimes Nintendo. You will never see any of these ideologues ranting and raving about the literal ocean of AA's and indie titles that only hit Steam. You will never see them calling that anti-consumer. You will never see them accusing those studios of malfeasance or something wrong or bad. It's an inconsistent position. I'm only invoking the reality of the business to expose their lack of consistency. I'm not invoking the reality of the business as if you should care. I'm not saying you should care. I've not once argued impetus on the consumer or an imperative on the consumer to care about the struggles of the developers. I'm saying if you're going to be frustrated by exclusives and claim that they're anti-consumer, then why are you not constantly complaining about the vast majority of games that come out every year only on Steam? Indie devs aren't publishers, though. Who cares? The reality of publishing games and developing games scales up, brother. If you think a small studio and a small project like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor has increased complexity in feature add by trying to go on multiple platforms, what do you think happens in a gigantic game like Horizon, Spider-Man, Death Stranding 2? Like, It scales up. Do you think those games are more complex or less complex than Deep Rock Galactic Survivor? Like, which game do you think is more complex? Ghost of Yotei or Deep Rock Galactic Survivor? Which one has more systems, more bandwidth, more developers, more teams, more project leads, more timelines for deliverables? Which game do you think has more going on in it? Deep Rock Galactic Survivor or Ghost of Yotei? It scales up. So, like, if a studio is telling you this is really hard, really expensive, and it limits feature add to go to multiple platforms all at the same time, it makes perfectly good sense why exclusives are not going away. Exclusives are not dying. If exclusives were dying, then the vast majority of these studios making small games would be like, yeah, it's easy. We're just going to put games everywhere. That's where the industry's going, after all. Even though the industry is loudly signaling exclusives aren't going anywhere. Nintendo's stronger than ever. PlayStation's having its most successful generation it's ever had. And Steam is swimming in indies and AA games that are only available on that platform. The vast majority of the industry right now is screaming loudly to you, limiting bandwidth in building and limiting where your game lands is actually very common practice in the industry. It's more common practice than the opposite. There are more games released in a limited scope than big multi-plat games that land everywhere. Seriously, just do the math. Look at how many games come out in a given year. Look at how many games come out. And the vast majority of them are landing on one or two platforms, not all. And that's one of the reasons. That's why I'm saying, like, it's an ideological position that doesn't have any ground in business analysis. Like, if you analyze the actual business, if you analyze the actual gaming market, you'd be like, for some strange reason, the vast majority of developers out there only build for one, maybe two systems, not all of them. Gee, I wonder why that is. So when someone says, this is where the industry's going, I'm like, who's leading the charge? I don't see anybody signaling this other than Microsoft. They're the only ones saying that. And when you really listen to what Microsoft is saying, and you really listen to what Matt Booty is saying, we are chasing that audience that plays like Fortnite, that plays like Warzone. They play everywhere. There are games now larger than any one platform. They are chasing low cost, high margin, available everywhere games. And if you think that's going to lead to quality games, I got a bridge to sell you. Because I don't think so. That's not a recipe for high quality games. Low cost, high margin, it needs to be on every platform. Good frickin' luck. Good luck. You are not going to get games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring and games like Expedition 33. Oh, but those are multi-plat games. Those were games driven by passion. Those were games driven by innovation. They were not driven by keep the cost down, let's get the margins high. It needs to be playable everywhere. Oh, and it needs to captive attention. You know, we're competing against TikTok. Like if that's the type of direction that Xbox is giving their studios. Also, Expedition 33 and Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring, big multi-plat masterpieces in many people's minds, like big as in successful. None of those games were setting their sights on a 30% profit margin. None of those games were setting themselves on being like, we need to be playable in all places like Fortnite. Are they trying to be playable on cloud? Are they trying to be playable on mobile devices? Are they trying to be playable on tablets? No, they made great games that hit all the major platforms. But even Baldur's Gate started out early access on PC for a very long time. He's not going to engage. He's just in NPC mode. Wait, who are you talking about? Hang on. I missed a $5 super chat from Street Shadow. Exactly. When Xbox had the exclusivity deals for COD and GTA 4 DLC, I said that sucks, but I never said no more exclusives. So my observation of the industry is the vast majority of games are not hitting every single platform, and there is good reason for that. Sometimes it's because they want a good exclusive for their platform, like Nintendo and PlayStation. Sometimes it's because they've got to limit the budget and the bandwidth, because like with what Deep Rock Galactic Survivor said, there's a litany of reasons. Those market realities aren't going to evaporate into thin air because Xbox decided to go the way of Sega. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a thing. You're not going to see that. You are absolutely not going to see that. The market realities that have led to games like Death Stranding 2 and Yote this year, the market realities that led to Deep Rock Galactic Survivor going PC first and then only hitting one console, those market realities they're not going anywhere. Now, when a game is successful and they want to see it go to other platforms, that's great. They're the lion's share of the games that only land on Steam, they never make the jump to other platforms. The vast majority of them don't make the jump. They happily live on Steam. And they make their money, and that's where they hang out, and that's where they live. Some of that's cultural, right? There are certain games that I think are just probably more conducive to success on Steam and probably wouldn't sell all that well, on PlayStation. There's a lot of games that hit Steam and then only ever come to the Switch because, again, there's a cultural thing there. There's certain game types that their market research probably determined, like, there's no reason for us to go to Xbox or PlayStation. We're not going to sell a lot of copies. The vehicle is different, but the destination is the same. Like saying, oh, PC, Xbox, PlayStation is crazy comparison. Steam doesn't charge like $90 for an interactive movie. Yeah, I mean, you're not even arguing with anything that was stated, and you're also just insulting people. Like, and you have a badge. I don't want you in here with a badge that somebody else probably paid for. I don't like people like you. You're just going to come in here and call names and be rude. That's not a way to have a conversation. Like, you're just throwing insults around. Insults that I don't even want to read out loud. Like, that's not what we do here. And a 5-bomb comes in from Zubair. He says, that's for Hilly. Thank you so much, Zubair. Hilly wants a lot of members for his birthday. It's his 44th birthday. Happy birthday, Hilly. Yeah, the movie game crowd. Yeah, and then he says $90 for a movie game. So, not only name calling, but also a liar. There are no $90 games right now. Like, just, I'm telling you, some of these folks, man, they live in some other timeline, and they suddenly land in ours, and they're like, yeah, but they're charging $90 for movie games. What the frick are you talking about, man? Excuse me. The OA. What's your prediction on where Halo Combat Evolved will land on the critics and the player? Better or worse than Gears? I feel like it'll land in a very similar place. I think it'll be praised. I think it'll do well commercially. I do think, as I said earlier, if you don't have a long-standing history with Halo, I feel like you're going to get a couple hours in and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm good. I don't get why people like this so much. I think there's just going to be elements of the game that feel dated. I'm not talking about graphics. I'm just talking about the way that the game feels, the way that the game flows. I don't think it's going to be this, highly reviewed triumph for the users. I think it'll do fine. I'm not saying it's going to do poorly. I just think it's going to be a little bit tepid for a lot of people. Because if you don't have a history with it, it's kind of, I don't know. Everything I'm saying is just getting repetitious, but there's just a slowness to it. There's a boringness to it, and that's it. Back then, it felt monumental. Back then, it felt transformative. It doesn't feel that way anymore. Like right now, you could install a mod and play GoldenEye and have it look incredible. It's not going to shatter the earth. Like, no one's going to be like, oh my gosh, GoldenEye. Like, I played it on my Xbox. I did that, like, remaster or whatever, and it looks fine. It doesn't look mind-blowing or anything. But after 20 minutes, I was like, yeah, that's enough. And I have a nostalgic attachment to GoldenEye. I played more hours than I could even remember of that game, and even I was like, yeah, after 20 minutes that was about all I needed to experience. It was a trip down memory lane, and that was about it. JC says, happy birthday, Hilly. I would drop members, but I have to buy new tires this week. That's totally fine, JC. Take care of that first. Buckeye Play says, Marcus Leto, the original co-creator of Halo back in 2001, said on Twitter that he loves the Combat Evolved remake so far. How big of a deal do you think that is? I actually wasn't surprised by the remarks. I think anybody who was there at the beginning when these games were made, seeing them sort of transcend into the modern landscape and look like a modern game, that's probably pretty exciting. You know what I mean? That's probably pretty exciting. You're like, wow, look at that. It's kind of like when they remade the first Last of Us. If you jump from the very first version of The Last of Us and you play Part 1 remake, it is insanely transformative. That was what I did. I played the original on a PS3 that I borrowed from my brother. English O drops a 5-bomb. We got a little bit of a 5-bomb train started for Hilly's birthday. We're now at 62 members. So thank you, Zubair, for gifting 5, and then English O gifted 5. Thank you so much, guys. So, like, it's not. I wasn't surprised by somebody that was like there at the beginning. That was like, oh wow, that looks awesome. Because listen, that would be like anybody's baby, any project they worked on so long ago, being ushered into this landscape with the lighting and the water and the textures. It's awesome. Like, listen, I was telling people that day, I was like, I think it looks good. I don't think I'll roll credits on it. I don't have an attachment to it. I'll probably get bored fairly quickly with it, even playing with Madam. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Lone Wolf says, see my Discord tag. On the younger generation picking up Combat Evolved. Hang on. Lone Wolf says, speaking just for myself, I'm on the older side of Gen Z, and I started playing Halo Combat Evolved for the first time a year or so ago and don't have a nostalgic attachment to Halo, and I was having a great time and wanted to finish it. The only reason I stopped playing it is because I was doing co-op and my friends were playing they stopped wanting to play with me, and I was kind of bummed and just decided to revisit it later. This is the perfect opportunity for me to jump back, hopefully with my friends. I would say that you are displaying quite perfectly what I'm saying. Your friends are who I'm talking about. Seriously, Lone Wolf, think about it. Like, yeah, great. You're saying that you're interested. You're not an old head like me, but your friends stopped. I think your friends are who I'm talking about. They were like, yeah, I'm good. I feel like a lot of people are going to say that. I wouldn't be surprised, Lone Wolf, if your friends do it again. If they hang with you for a while, you guys get a play session in, maybe 2 play sessions, couple of hours into the game, and they're going to be like, yeah, I'm good. Listen, again, I'm not trying to hate. I'm just saying, like, that's just a prediction I'm making, is that a lot of folks are just going to, they're going to tap out relatively quickly because I just don't think it's going to speak to them. If you don't have a nostalgic attachment to it, you know, I'm kind of waiting on Gears of War. I want to play that with Madam, but Borderlands came crashing in. So when we're done with Borderlands, there's a lot of co-op games I want to play with her right now. We played some Mario Party last night. I'm sorry, we played Lego Party last night because when we play Borderlands, we stay up too late because we lose track of time. I was like, let's just do a round of Lego Party because we know how long that'll take. And we did. We had a really good time with it. Lego Party is a really good time if you're looking for something that is obviously very adjacent to Mario Party. My friend stopped because they played it already. I mean, even that's its own version of an indictment. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, wow. Like, so they had a nostalgic attachment to it, and even they stopped. Like, I just don't know. If you guys have not hit the like button yet on YouTube, really quickly make sure you go through that ritual and give that a smash. I don't think that's helping your case, Lone Wolf. I don't know. I mean, we don't need to keep trying to rebake this cake. We've made our point. I don't think people are going to hang with it. I think I'm pretty good at predicting player behavior in games like this. And if I end up being wrong and it's a smash hit and people can't put it down and they're like, this is amazing, and you know it's highly praised, great. I feel like its engagement will drop very quickly because I think, again, people be like, hey, it's pretty, this is cool, this is famous, this is a famous game. And I think they're going to get a couple hours in and they're going to be like, yeah, I'm good. Like, here's one of the things I think that's also challenging the game. This is not an indictment of Halo Combat Evolved at all. There's so many games. When you're swimming in an ocean of free-to-play live service games and big releases and a very full calendar year of games, I think it's very, very easy to be like, I'm gonna go play something else. I mean, that happened to me with Gears Reloaded. I was really excited for Gears Reloaded, played it for an afternoon, and then my desire to go back to it was non-existent. Not because it was bad, and not because I was having a bad time, but because there's so many other games coming out, and the new stuff's gonna win. The new stuff's gonna win. You know? So that I treated Gears that way, and I have a very strong attachment to Gears. I played all of them with my buddies back in the day. Let's make sure we're clear. The game won't have a ton of longevity. It has 13 missions. It's likely 10-ish hours to finish it. It's not a long-term game. Small digestible. Oh, no, but Buckeyes, I'm saying people are going to get an hour or two in and bounce. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people are going to do that. I think a lot of people are going to get an hour or two in and they're going to bounce. Petrov with a question. And guys, double check that you've hit the like button. Try to get me to 300 likes. Sometimes it doesn't save your like, so refresh it and make sure it didn't move. The like count's being weird again. Petrov says, will Microsoft only make live service games in the future? I don't think that they're saying, oh, we're only going to make live service games in the future. It does kind of feel that way. I mean, small budget, big margin, play everywhere games are commonly live service games. Yes. You know, your Fortnites, your Apexes, right? Like they're more contained projects and they have the potential for really, really big margins and really, really big engagement. And if that's what Xbox is setting their sights on, you know, I think that's a concern. That's why I'm saying I don't feel like people are looking at the full conversation with their eyes open. Like I look at what Matt Booty is saying and I'm like, this is not a bright future for the property and the studios that they own. Hilly says, I disagree with the game not having longevity. The amount of skulls they have make this replayable to such a degree, it might not be possible to complete it with all skulls. Well, but Hilly, I think that's going to appeal to, like, your hardcore fans. So we're talking about, like, when I'm making my predictions, I'm specifically talking about people who don't have a nostalgic attachment. The number of people who don't have a history with Halo that decide to go hardcore and do all the skulls, like, I don't know if that's going to be a common thing. So, if you guys submit joke questions, they just get deleted. The question command is not there for you to do that. If you persist, we'll just have to time you out or ban you. That's not what the question command is for. If you can't use it in the appropriate way, well, then the privilege will be taken. So please don't do that. Parasito says, do you think that made in UE5 should stop being a major selling point? Stability, graphics, mechanics, etc. Many studios don't seem to know how to use it properly. I think UE5 is going to start to turn the corner. You know, I think it will. I don't think that it's a perpetual problem. There have been plenty of games in UE5 that have been just fine. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's been plenty of games in UE5 that have been just fine. Like, I don't think this is going to be a perpetual thing, like a persisting thing where, like, every single time a game comes out in UE5, we're like, oh gosh, you know, everybody holds your breath. So, obviously there's rough edges. But, I mean, the people that actually got to play the Halo campaign Evolved, because there was a lot of anticipation when we heard that the Halo Combat Evolved remake was going to be in Unreal 5. There was a lot of anticipation, but I think some of that anticipation started to weaken a bit because of what you're saying. That, like, the engine itself has become a little, and justifiably so, it's become a little stigmatized. Like, oh great, here we go, you know, another UE5 game. But I think the engine's starting to turn the corner. Personally, that's what I think. Hang on a second. I was getting pictures from my parents of a wedding that they went to. Yeah. I also think the Coalition with Gears of War E-Day is really going to show what's possible with Unreal. I'm sort of sharing in the confidence that people have with, like, confidence in the Coalition is, I think, well placed. So, Jack Garland with a question. Do you think there are publishers tapping Microsoft right now going, hey, if you're going to close down those studios, just sell them to us? Well, I mean, I think that's kind of like what Mag was saying in the clip, right? Like, isn't that what a divestiture would be? I don't fully understand some of those elements, but it's my understanding that that is an option on the table, and maybe that's what they're going to do. I don't know. For whatever reason, they made no efforts to do that with Arcane Austin and Tango, and, you know, I don't know. There could be internal reasons to do that. Guys, we went from 272 likes to 275. Like, something's not right. Make sure, I'm going to do it right now. Let's try to get to 300. I've almost the entirety of the stream have not really focused on it, but we got to make sure that thing rolls over every once in a while, or it'll really hurt us. We are still not seeing the greatest signs for live streams, so that's why we're doing an upload and a live stream, so you can look forward to that. If you want to know what I think about something, those short uploads are going to be there, like what we did last night. I got back from a meeting, and the first thing I hear is my question. Congratulations. Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to, like, sell to other publishers, Jack. I would hope that they would do that. You know, that would be the hope. They bought the IP for the rights to smash out the competition. I don't think, again, if they're going to say they're not competing with Yeah. I could see why they wouldn't want to sell. Yeah. I could see why they don't want to sell. So think of it this way. Think about what Matt Booty said about how we're not competing with a console, we're competing with TikTok. We're competing with movies, okay? What he is signaling is they're competing for attention. So, one of the best things for them is less games hitting the market. Seriously, think about it. If the calendar year has less games in it, that's good for their aims. That's good for their purposes. There's less things to potentially pull users away from whatever it is that they're working on. Do you see why TikTok? Because they're looking at generational behavior and how time is spent every single day. And when you are primarily focusing on MAU, monthly active users, if that's the thing that you're primarily focused on, and PlayStation, to be fair, shifted to focusing on this as well, but PlayStation focused on this halfway through the gen, and they're focused on having things for people to play and buy. They're not saying, oh, well, now it's time to focus on MAU, just give them live service slop. Like, I think they're learning that's a terrible strategy. They're canceling live service games for that reason, because they see you can't just do that. You can't be like, well, it's time to focus on MAU. Just throw live service games out there. Concord slapped them right on the mouth, and I think Marathon's going to see very, very similar results. And I think PlayStation is going to have to be more smart about things like a Helldivers 2, things like Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls. Something that's going to hit the ground made by somebody else who kind of understands those games, as opposed to being like, hey, Bend, go ahead. Make your live service game or whatever. PlayStation's not signaling that they're focused on like 30% margins and competing with TikTok. Xbox is the one saying that. This is why when you try to do this like, oh, but PlayStation 2, you have to look at the language they're using and the arguments they're making. Like Matt Booty is saying we're competing with TikTok on the heels of learning that Microsoft's CFO is like, we want 30% margins. So they're signaling like, if you can't get us those margins, you're out of here. I'm not seeing that signal from PlayStation at all. If anything, PlayStation is not shutting down their big single-party studios or their studios who might not have the biggest margins, and they're reassessing, canceling, and slowing down and pumping the brakes on the live service thing because of Concord, because Concord failed so miserably. So, like, I don't think they're going that route. I think that would be a terrible route, by the way. Like when PlayStation said they were going to have like 12 live service games by 2026, you guys remember when I said there's no way they hit that number. I was like, I was like, half of those are not even going to make it to the market. There's no freaking way. I was like, if half of those games come out, I'll be shocked. Because that buckshot approach isn't going to work. It isn't. So, if Microsoft is looking at shuttering a bunch of studios and property next year, they're not going to be interested in selling. Because that's just more content coming to the market to take your attention away from whatever they're trying to ship. I think Microsoft benefits, and this gets really, really sinister and maybe even a little bit cynical, but this was probably the plan all along. This was the plan all along. When they set their sights on ABK, I don't think they're going to hesitate at all to shrink the market. They're not going to hesitate at all. The less games coming to the market, the better. The more likely that somebody just keeps playing Call of Duty. The more likely that person just keeps playing Minecraft. They would much rather you be just checking that DAU box every day, funneling money and attention into those, as opposed to playing a new game for a weekend. Remember when I said, like, Battlefield 6 was a threat to Call of Duty, not like it was going to topple Call of Duty. But when you have millions of people logging in every month, if 5% of those people spend a couple of weeks not playing your game, that's a ton of people and a ton of money. So when you're in the business of high margins, drive the DAU, drive the MAU. If that's the business strategy you get in, you benefit by shrinking the market. You benefit by less games coming out. You do. Microsoft's not going to hold back at all here to be like, get that crap out of here. It's just going to be a game that's going to hit. It's not going to make us a ton of money, and it's just one more game distracting from our major efforts, which is 30% high margin games that are designed for people to play, and keep their attention and distract them from TikTok. Yeah, Sony doesn't want to bid for Warner Brothers. I told people when they're like, "Oh, do you think Sony's gonna try to put in a bid and try to snag Warner Brothers?" I said, "No, I don't think so. It's going to be, number one, it's probably going to be too expensive for them to want to spend that much." And I said they're targeting like smaller IP licensing deals to bolster their IP, both in gaming and entertainment. And I said I don't think they're going to go for Warner Brothers. Toki's like, we have no desire for a big MA, merger and acquisition deal in the U.S. film industry right now. Simply adding together the current movie studios. Yeah, I just didn't think they were going to do that. Like, there's great property there for them, and we know they like movies and stuff, but I was like, I just don't think so. PlayStation's not signaling that they want to do like a big one-time purchase of something. They make smaller grabs. They stretch their dollar really, really well. They do. Like, if you see their marketing push in China right now, if you've seen any of that, there's a guy on Twitter that does a really good job covering it. I think he lives there. He does a really good job covering it. I think they're going to get a lot of return on that. Hilly out here trying to summon a 50 bomb for his birthday. He's spamming the farty bomb emote in both chats. Hilly, you're the best. Dalton says, how much do we expect Campaign Evolved to cost? I have friends who have said if it's more than 40, they are out. I honestly don't see them going less than 60. There's a lot of speculation about Halo Campaign Evolved's price. My prediction is it'll probably be in the 60 to 70. I don't know. I think the right choice would be to charge like 40 or 50. But Gears of War Reloaded PlayStation Store. What do they do Gears for? I can't remember. Gears of War Reloaded was 40. If they follow that format, then it should be 40. Assume it's full priced. Why was Gears of War Reloaded not full price? Yeah, I would imagine that makes the most sense to me. If they did Gears for 40, then they could do this one for 40. It's just the campaign. Gears was 50 and it's a remaster of a remaster. No, Gears was not 50 unless they just dropped the price. I just looked it up. It was $40 and it came with multiplayer. I just looked it up in the PlayStation Store. Unless they just recently dropped the price. I ordered coffee, but it threw an error about my address. Did it come through? Hang on. I don't know if Creature has solved our problem on the back end yet. That might be why you got an error. I don't have one. I don't know if he's solved our issue. We were using a company for the back end shipping results. I can't even log into the back end of it right now. He might be tinkering with it. Zubair. I think he might be tinkering with it because I can't even log into the back end. You'll try again later. Okay. I don't know if is the site publicly accessible. That's not a day fix. That takes time. We should probably just put up a maintenance screen then on the .com so no one orders or tries to order. I didn't assume it was going to be a quick fix, so I hadn't been saying anything. So yeah, I wasn't even. We should have the coffee in the frame. Okay. Jack Garland says, can we submit our own fake stories to use? If you guys take the time to like type up a fake story to try to trip up Madam, that'd be great for Friday night. If you guys haven't been here for the new Friday night segment, it's called Gaming News Tonight. It's a segment where my wife reacts to gaming news, and we try to trip her up. We try to trip her up with a fake news story in the mix. There's nothing wrong with it. Wait, I don't understand. I'm confused. I can't even log in right now to check orders, and Zuby just had an error when he tried to order. You're saying everything's fine? Haley says, I watch Saturday mornings and I love it. She's so clever. It's really fun. It's really, really fun. If you guys have not been there for a Friday night where my wife reacts to gaming news, it's hysterical. What if Madam is cheating and watching this stream? She does not have time for that. Nor does she care. It's not a conversation for right now. Yes, it is. He can't order. If they can't order, then don't order right now. Like, we need to tell people, yeah, don't order. If it's not working, just wait. It is a conversation for right now. He can't order. You can't compare a remaster of a remaster to a remake. Well, yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Eugene. But I don't know. I think that'd be ballsy to sell Gears of War Reloaded for $40 and then to trot out a remake for $70. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like $50 or $60 maybe then. I don't know. I could see Gears of War Reloaded having an impact here at some degree. Like trotting out Halo, it's literally called Halo Campaign Evolved. It's not called Halo Combat Evolved Remake. It's called Halo Campaign Evolved. It's the campaign. Like, the name alone, I think, says you should probably charge $50 for this. Maybe $60. $70? Ground up remakes are full priced? Ground up remakes that are missing entire functions and features? I don't know. Anthony's making a good point, though. Don't forget the 30% margins. Name one remake in the last few years that wasn't full priced. I don't know if I can name a remake that only remade one part of the game, though. Is there another remake out there that did this, that like just remade one part of the game? That were like, yeah, this entire other thing we just didn't do. T-Lu Part 1 didn't have multiplayer. I mean, that's fair. What did they charge for it, though? Didn't they let people who owned it, like, upgrade for $10 or something? I mean, I guess if you bought it brand new, it was full price, so that's a fair made point. But I also feel like they did a whole lot of work in Last of Us Part 1. They rebuilt the entire enemy system. I don't know. You're right. The Last of Us Part 1 remake did not include multiplayer, and they charged $70. The Modern Warfare 2 campaign got remastered. Just the campaign? You guys are compelling me. I think it's going to be $70. You guys are compelling me. I think they're going to charge $70 for it. They're going to be like, yeah, why would we not charge $70 for it? You know what I mean? They should go $50 and add multiplayer later as a DLC for $20. Hit the $70. I don't know if they're going to do that. That's gutsy. That's gutsy. But if they want that, yeah, if they're wanting high margins. Next question from Spider Senseless. Do you see Halo going far without Microsoft behind them? This feels like having a superstar kid for outside football stuck inside by strict parents. Let them free to go and play. I don't understand this question. Do you see Halo going far without Microsoft behind them? What are you talking about? This feels like having a superstar kid for outside football stuck inside by strict parents. Are you trauma dumping right now? Like, did your parents do this to you? Let them free to do and playing great things. I don't understand. Are you saying that they should release Halo as a property to let somebody else own it? High margins, Game Pass equals full price. Don't you judge him, mister. I didn't get to go to London. He's talking about selling the IP. Oddly specific. Right, Jake? He's totally trauma dumping. Homie's trauma dumping. It kind of feels like a superstar kid who could play outside football, but his parents wouldn't let him, and they insisted that he become a doctor and go to Harvard. Like, wow. This is very specific. Bro's locked in the cupboard under the stairs. Somebody let Harry out. Oh, gosh. Listen, I don't disagree. I actually would love it. The more property and studios that are not under Microsoft ownership, the better. What would really be a crazy turn of events if all the people that cheered for the Activision deal started cheering for studios to get out from underneath Microsoft ownership. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if you're going to start to see that. People are like, oh my gosh, we got to get these studios away from the clutches of Microsoft because they're just going to be, shutting the studios down and nuking the projects from orbit. I think that's a valid concern. Totally valid concern. We just had this question, Evidence, about the price of Halo. Thank you for the question. What do we think it'll be? I think that I've been compelled by the audience that it'll be $70. Now, it being next year, that's actually another valid question or a valid part of Evidence' question. Evidence is like, well, next year, do you feel like they're gonna are they gonna try to are they gonna try and bump it to 80? Do you know what I'm saying? Are they going to look at the landscape and say, okay, now we pull the trigger on $80 games? I just don't know. If the market doesn't go along with it, they're going to look stupid. They look stupid this year trying it. I don't know. Do you want to sign up for looking stupid again, Microsoft? You know what I'm saying? I really don't think everybody else is going to go along with that. If they go 80 again, all PlayStation and Nintendo have to do is yeah, we're not going to. That's all they have to do is hold. If they hold, then they almost benefit by default. Their games automatically look better. All they got to do is hold. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I'm looking at the landscape and thinking you're just going to end up looking really dumb again. But the margins, you're not wrong to keep going back to the margins that they want. Are they going to justify it internally and say, listen, do the 80. People are going to buy this, and all we need is this number to buy it at 80, and we make more. PlayStation and Nintendo holding doesn't matter if Microsoft isn't competing with them. Well, think of it this way, Eugene. They are competing with them. If you've got your game for sale in the PlayStation storefront for 80 and everything else from PlayStation is sitting there at 70, do you really want to be in the storefront next to Wolverine at 70? Do you think that's a good idea? I don't think it's a good idea. $5 super chat from Sora. It says, the guy wearing the PlayStation shirt at the reveal is going to get clowned on. I can't believe it's real. Do you honestly think he cares? Be real. Be real. Be real, son. You honestly think he cares? Do you think somebody at his level is I better not wear this shirt. I'm going to get clowned on. on Twitter and YouTube. As somebody who makes content and streams for a living, I got news for you, man. These people don't give a frick about what we say. They don't care. They don't care if you make fun of them or call them names. You put Phil Spencer on your thumbnail and call him all these names. You think he cares? That dude has a closet of clothes that's worth more than all the money you're going to make in your lifetime. Like, he didn't give a frick what you say about him. And a guy like that, that's been in the industry that long and has been doing it that long, you think he's like, oh no, the horror of being clowned on Twitter by people who are terminally online. Whatever will I do? Dry my tears with $100 bills. I don't think they care. And the other thing to consider is they've been doing this for a while. Like, they've been moving games for a while. The Halo is like the last man to move. Like, all these other games have already made the jump. A $2 super chat. I didn't mean it like that, just funny. Oh. I mean, I thought it was pretty funny. But I don't disagree with you. That it was pretty funny. I also don't know if again, if in the grand scheme of things, are they thinking about that? Are they thinking about, like, the optics of wearing a PlayStation shirt? Like, are they thinking about those things? I think they're just trying to send a loud and clear message. I'll tell you what, people kept talking about, like, ripping off the Band-Aid. I feel like they slowly peeled the first half of that Band-Aid, and then the Halo thing was just like, yeah, why not? And just they pulled the rest of it off. It's like, well, now this, it's over. The jig is up. It's over. There's no one's gonna hold out hope that there'll be anything left. There'll be anything remaining as an exclusive. Like, nothing is sacred. As I put on a thumbnail, I don't even know when we put that video up. I have Halo on the thumbnail, and I just said nothing is sacred. Because there's nothing left. Like, they just, half the Band-Aid came off with the first batch, Hi-Fi and Sea of Thieves. And then when I'm telling you, when Indiana Jones went, I think a lot of people thought, oh, well, this is probably it. It's probably over. And then when Forza and Gears made the jump, it was like, it's kind of like when the sports game is over, but the clock's still got to run out. It's over, right? It's over. It's just a matter of waiting. It's like, yeah, here it comes. Like, this year, like, once Forza and Gears made the jump, I don't think anybody was deep in their heart of hearts thinking that, like, no, they'll keep Halo. They'll keep Halo. I think they all knew, like, oh no, yeah, this shoe's gonna drop any day now. Any day now. It's gone. Any day. And I think that it makes perfectly good sense for people to feel like, betrayed, upset, angry, whatever. I think it makes perfectly good sense to feel like, man, this is not at all what I expected to have happen. I think that's fair. I think it's totally fair. To feel like, man, oh man, what are you guys doing? This is not what we were hoping, would be the results here. Hang on. Sorry. So, can I be real, son? That's right. Can I be real, son? Be real. Be real. They're like, how do we lose the plot? Was it all the money? Ooh, yeah. Brewdog Wingman is good. $5 super chat from Sora. When do you think they decide to put it on PlayStation? Okay, so the year that they did the Just 4 Games podcast, earlier that year was when I was told Starfield was going, and that resulted in, a lot of hate and nastiness. There was an organization that doesn't even exist anymore. They said that they had a source at Bethesda. They called me a liar, and they said they were going to do a podcast with their source on Sunday, and our whole thing has been since then is it Sunday yet? Like, where's that podcast? Why did you never do that podcast? Do you want to know what happened? They learned that I was right, and they turned tuck tail and run and just vanished into thin air. Like Thanos snapped. Gone. Around that time, you'll remember, there were other people saying, everything is on the table. Everything is on the table. Remember this? They said Halo's being considered. Forza's being considered. Like, Gears is being considered. Everything was on the table, okay? I think at that time, this is when they greenlit the whole thing. I think Satya, somebody, walked in the room and was like, this is the direction. We want as high margins as we can get on this. And if people aren't on board and studios can't hit the number, then pack your shit and get out. Like, that's literally the attitude that Microsoft probably walked in the room with. I think that's when they greenlit this. Listen, I've said this a couple of times this year, where there's smoke, there's fire. There were so many rumors and so much smoke around this last year. And I told people, I said, the reason there was so much smoke about it is it was real. This was internally it was internally tectonic that they were even considering this at all. I remember that guy. He was an obvious hater. He said unflattering things and included Madam. Oh, he straight up defamed me and falsely made false claims about me and said things that, like, I had done things to my wife and something. And I'm like, this is completely made up and completely out of line. They apologized, said they fired him, which they didn't. It was totally fake. He fired himself. And then they just disappeared. They got exactly what was coming to them. Like, that was... You talk about effing around and finding out. They found out real quick. But the question about, like, when did they make this decision? When did they make this call? I'm here to tell you, I think it was in that year. I do. I think it was in that year. I think that was when they made this call. They were like, let's go. Let's get as much as we possibly can. Let's move everything we can over there. And it makes sense. If you're like, listen, if you're gonna make the call, if you're gonna make the jump, you go head first. You know what I mean? You go in head first. You dive all the way in. They were accused of not paying their writers and some level of sexism in the workplace. I mean, after what they decided to do and say about me publicly, I don't think anybody should be shocked by that at all. Those guys, that was a despicable company. That was not a legitimate organization. They weren't. Somebody who really struggles with investigation and facts literally retweeted them because they were dunking on me. It's like taking 5 seconds to do some research and investigation is too difficult for that individual. So they they just like retweeted them. And even Jez Corden like got on there and he was like, I wouldn't signal boost these guys. They're not legitimate. Like, even Jez tried to draw attention to the fact that, like, this is not an organization that you should be retweeting. He was like, they're not a legitimate outlet. He was not like coming to my rescue, but he was like, yeah, I wouldn't retweet these guys. Like, I appreciated him doing that at the time. All right, let's answer some more questions here. We got a question from Dalton Burrows. Do you think Combat Evolved doesn't land like it did at launch because what made it revolutionary is now the industry standard? The control scheme and first good aim assist implementation on consoles. Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to this quite a bit. I think fans are going to love it, and they'll do the skulls. There'll be a lot of nostalgia. I think a lot of the folks sort of new to it are going to be a little bit more tepid just after an hour or so. I just don't think it's going to have that staying power with folks. If you don't have a strong nostalgic attachment to the game, I think it's going to be very easy to set it down. So, yeah. Mediocre Milton with a question. Do you think Double Fine is at risk since Keeper didn't sell well? I'm not going to speak to any particular studio. I'm just going to continue to say any medium to small size studio with medium to small size projects is probably in trouble. I don't think Microsoft's going to walk back the 30% thing. I don't think they're going to walk that back. I think they're going to push that all the way to the end of the line, and I think that's worrying. I don't think that's fear mongering. I think that's just an adequate read of the situation. It's an adequate read. So, Hilly says, when in 2026 do you think we see Halo? Fourth quarter. I think it'll be late in the year for a couple of reasons. I don't think, if it was first quarter, I think they'd have a release date right now, if it was that close. From everything we've heard, it's not close, right? It's not close. It's rough. It's got a ways to go. Okay, so let's just consider that for a second. If it's not close, then it's not first quarter. They're going to avoid the summer like the dadgum plague because of GTA 6. Now, if GTA 6 slips again next year, they're going to jack up the whole year for everybody. Because what a lot of people are going to do is they're going to run to third and fourth quarter next year. Like this year, the reason that we're getting on the other side of Yote and it's a little light is because I think people anticipated, they didn't want to go head to head with GTA 6. So I think fourth quarter is when we see it. I think fourth quarter. I don't think they want to contest with GTA. I don't think they were signaling that it's close, because if it was close, it would be first quarter, and they'd have a release date right now. And I don't think it's close. So, Hilly says, they said that most skulls in a Halo campaign, what would be some funny ones? I think a paintball skull. November 15th. Isn't that like the anniversary? Like 25-year anniversary or something? Yeah, I could see that. November for Wolverine. I bet you Wolverine's October or early November. It'll be somewhere in that window. Because like God of War is typically been a November release. They did Yote in October. When was Spider-Man 2? Was it September or October? It was late October. Yeah, so it's either going to be late October, early November. They like that window of time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have an answer on the skulls, Hilly. That's not really a thing I have a lot of experience with. Feed on Land says, if Xbox is going to focus more on games and studios who produce high good margins, what studios do you think are in jeopardy of being axed next round of layoffs? Yeah, I've already answered this in another way. That's fine. You submitted the question a long time ago. I'm not scolding you. I'm just letting you know that I've already answered it in case you missed it. I basically said this. I'm not going to list a bunch of studios. Any studio that's like medium to small size with a project that's medium to small size, I think they're all in jeopardy. The other thing to be concerned about is anything that's taking a long time, because that's expensive. Anything that's taking a long time is in danger as well, because it's expensive. So like State of Decay 3, even Fable, I'd be concerned because like you've been working on it for such a long time, your margins can't be good on something that has been in production for that long and that's expensive, and then you want to throw it on Game Pass. I don't know. It's worrying. Jez is saying no multiplayer paywall on the next Xbox. I think Jez is logically getting there by saying that if it's essentially a PC hybrid, you wouldn't be able to justify having the paywall, because if Steam's on there, that would be kind of confusing. So yeah. I think I agree with him. I think logically having a paywall, like making people pay for internet access on this PC console hybrid, I don't think people would be very receptive to it. Why the Game Pass price increase? They would have to gut all the Game Pass tiers. I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on that one way or the other, FCAT. Whether or not they decide to charge or not, for internet on this PC, console hybrid thing that they're building. There's no justification for an online paywall on consoles now. It doesn't really need to be justified. Like, this conversation always gets interesting because people do not like when I talk about this. They get very upset. They get very angry. But I'm like, they built an infrastructure. They built the ability for you to, have party chats and send invites and have these social features. And people have been paying for it all this time. And being like, well, that's owed to us. That should be free. I tell you what free delivered to me over the years. Anytime I would play a game that had game chat, and you could just use that. When I was on PC and I would play a PC game with people and use game chat, it was always terrible. You get what you pay for. It was free. Steam hasn't built some voice chat infrastructure so you can chat with people and talk. No, everybody uses Discord. And you're like, well, Discord is free. Yeah, but Discord's a completely separate business model that's running adjacent to the gaming world, and you just happen to be able to use it. I mean, I used Roger Wilco back in the day when I played Quake. That's a separate thing. You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. Okay, yeah, it's free. You don't have to pay. You have to pay. Okay, cool. Yeah. There's no infrastructure at all on Steam for you to talk with people and get a good voice chat going. In-game voice chat in games is traditionally terrible. It's why every time I would go play a PC game with other people, we would use Discord. Every time. They provide security. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it needs to be justified. Yeah, we used Roger Wilco, then Ventrilo, and then I don't think we ever used TeamSpeak. But I think that's the fatal misunderstanding that people have in these discussions. They think if they're upset about something that, it needs to be justified or defended. It's it doesn't need to be justified or defended. It's something that they built and they charged for. And if you don't like it, then you can take your ball and go play somewhere else. That's literally it. Here's what I always find interesting in these discussions. Instead of just basically saying as a consumer, yeah, I don't want to pay for that, so I'm going to go over here. Their criticism is perpetual, which I've always found to be interesting. I don't consistently bring up businesses that I don't support and have this perpetual criticism of it. Yeah, that business over there, that restaurant or whatever, yeah, they charge for this. No, I just don't engage. I don't shop there anymore. It's why is it this perpetual thing? Do you see what I'm saying? Why not just go somewhere else and just play over there? Yeah, that's great. Go do that. If you think that it's stupid and you don't think it should be charged for, then you just give your business and your patronage and your time to the platform or the business that you think is doing the thing that is right. Yeah, or just don't use it at all. You don't need PS Plus. I mean, you can literally use your PlayStation without it. You can use your Xbox without Game Pass. Like, you don't need to pay for the online. Internet access is free for free-to-play games. Yeah. If it's a free-to-play game, you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay anything. If you're going to play Fortnite, you don't have to pay anything. It doesn't cost anything. Like the perpetual anger about that one always I always think is a little bit bizarre. I'm like, just don't pay for it then. If you think it's stupid and that they shouldn't charge for it, then don't pay for it. It wasn't like that last year. Huh? I see the paywall for multi, since it is now on all 3 tiers on Game Pass console. Why is it free for some games and not for all? You should not have to pay for either Xboxes or PlayStations online if you're playing a free-to-play game. That's how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to just be free. Stone Spire says, as you stated in your last video, Halo coming over to PlayStation is more of this new direction from Microsoft. What other changes do you see them making that the public won't see coming? I think the big one that's just going to be, more logs in the fire is going to be the studio closures and canceled projects next year. That's coming. Sneakers didn't say that haphazardly. Sneakers said that about, more layoffs and more closures are coming. He said that first quarter of 2026. And then we found out the reason that that's probably going to be happening. The 30% margin thing hit. You got to pay? I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. What are you saying you have to pay for? If you are playing Fortnite or another free-to-play live service game, you are not supposed to have to pay for the internet access or whatever it is. Like the lowest tier of PlayStation Plus that includes it, or the lowest Game Pass tier that includes it. You're not supposed to have to do that. It's supposed to be free. Grunt Birthday Party Skull, which causes the grunts to explode into confetti, works with the YouTube channel Super Chat goals. That would be good. Oh, I forgot to set a Super Chat goal today. That's my bad. No, you don't have to pay for the free-to-play games? Yeah, that was my understanding. They rolled that out a while ago, I thought. They rolled that out a while ago. Let's see here. What time is it? It's 12:30. Correct. Halo Infinite multiplayer is free. Yeah. Oh, a Battlefield trailer is premiering in 22 hours. PSN was the first to do it. They had that in place years before Xbox pulled their marketing stunt to do it. I don't remember the timeline of it. I don't. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I've been letting you guys extend the stream. You guys have seemed to Hilly gifted a member to Jug Almighty. Give me 1 second. Let me set, start, and show this. There we go. I'm going to include that. Okay, so that's 1. So what we do is the timer is set. So we're gonna transition to green room in 15 minutes. You guys can extend with member bombs, renewals, all of it count. Every 5 adds to the timer, and Hilly continues to spam farty bomb. He wants a 50 bomb for his birthday. I think you're getting a little overboard there, Hilly. I don't think you're gonna get it. I think you need to take what people gave. All right, Jug Almighty says, a gift that's over me? Yes. Hilly says, I want green room to start in 4 hours. I don't know, Hilly. Our Mondays and Tuesdays we've been having slow starts. It's pretty typical. It's pretty typical. Season 4 of The Witcher's coming out Thursday. Hemsworth better not screw up Geralt. Guys, right now the question queue is completely empty. So for the final 15 minutes of the show, you can submit off-topic questions if you want. If you guys don't extend the stream, that's totally fine. We'll go to the green room. We do the green room in the Discord now, and that will be available. We'll go there in 15 minutes, and we'll kind of look at the day's news stories, and we'll kind of pick what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Something that you should be getting is you guys should be getting uploads in the evenings now, as long as we can pull it off. That sort of sets the stage for the next day. So make sure you're checking YouTube in the evenings now. That's why we did that Halo video last night. I've not tried Dispatch. It didn't look like my kind of game. I've been playing Yote, Borderlands 4, Painkiller, and Ball Pit. So my question is, knowing Bungie's in a rough spot, do you think if Halo campaign Evolve does well, it may spark Bungie to create a different FPS and give it a shot again? No, I don't think Bungie is in a position to do a whole lot of. I don't know. I don't think Bungie's in a position to make any significant moves. I think their path forward. There we go. Hilly's gifting a member on each platform. He gets us to 64. Thank you, Hilly. Excuse me. I think Bungie's path forward is they got to go hat in hand to PlayStation and have PlayStation fund Destiny 3. Bungie needs to not be financially dependent upon Destiny, and Bungie needs to not be financially dependent on Marathon, because I don't think Marathon's going to do very well. So I think that's PlayStation's path forward. I'm sorry, that's Bungie's path forward, is to basically go to PlayStation and say, hey, we need you to fund Destiny 3. Because right now, that's Bungie's biggest dilemma, is that they're financially dependent upon Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is going to continue to go down in engagement and revenue generation, and you're faced with a choice. You just keep laying people off until you're extremely small, like a shell of your former self, which is extremely difficult. So I don't see a path forward for Bungie that doesn't include that. I don't see where you're going to get the money. I don't see where you're going to get the way, because they have to pivot away from Destiny 2. They have to pivot away from Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is basically done at this point. It's not going to generate enough engagement and money to support the company. It's not. Their player base numbers are in a terrible place. I don't think they'll ever see them rebound. I just don't think so. Destiny's their moneymaker. Well, I mean, they did a presentation a while ago that said, like, if the player base numbers get to a certain point, if the player base numbers get to a certain point, you're looking at the death of the game. You know. A question was submitted by Mediocre Milton. He says, do you think Arc Raiders will have long-term success or be a flash in the pan? I think Arc Raiders has what it takes to be a successful live service extraction shooter. I think they have what it takes. They're listening to the audience. People are interested. They're considering, they're not considering casuals. They're considering people who would play an extraction shooter casually. There is a distinct difference between a casual and somebody who would play Arc Raiders casually. Do you understand? Like, I don't think casuals are ever really going to flock to an extraction shooter. I don't think they're going to. But there will be people that enjoy an extraction shooter and they play more, they play more casually. They're seemingly cognizant to that reality. Like, the way they're treating player wipes, they seem to be aware that there are going to be people that play this game and they're not casual, but they're going to play casually. Yeah, Mighty Keef's Yote skit was hilarious. So I think they're cognizant of that, and I think that's how a game like that's going to survive. If you made Arc Raiders and it only appealed to hardcore players, I think that's a very, very fast track to a small niche, hardcore community, and I don't think that's got a lot of legs, and I don't think that would generate a lot of revenue. I think it would, it would do okay for a while, but I think you've got to kind of appeal. I'm not saying you make a game appeal to everybody. I'm not saying that. That's a huge mistake that, companies have made, is they try to make a game that appeals to everybody. A game that appeals to everybody appeals to no one. But I do think, and this is something that I think Destiny, proved very effective, at, they were very effective with this over the years. They didn't make a game that appeals to casuals, but they made a game that both casuals and hardcore players could enjoy. Does that make sense? Like, that was something I think that was always a big feather in the cap of Destiny, is there were people that played that game very, very casually, but there were also people that played that game in a very, very hardcore way. So I don't think Arc Raiders is making the mistake of like, oh, they're bending the game too far to the casuals. They just seem very aware of the fact that there are going to be people that play the game more casually. You think there's no Destiny 3 because no one wants it, or no one wants to build it? Sony doesn't want a huge project started in the middle of a mass transition and shakeup of a studio. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Ala Park with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. Adds to the total and the timer. Thank you so much. It doesn't. There we go. I had to hit set then start. I wasn't sure if I hit set if it would just keep going. There we go. Alapark says 69. Nice. Thank you so much for extending the timer. And Hilly's mad now because Twitch is losing. It's 36-33. Bungie lost the casual players and new players don't even get into it. Right. That's probably true, Davis. I'm just speaking historically. The reason that Destiny did so well for like 8 years, 9 years, however long you feel like their run was, it was pretty impressive as a live service game. I mean, they made it past a decade. That's no small feat. One of the reasons they were able to do that is the game appealed to both. Like, both casuals and hardcores could play that game. Joker Quinn gifts a member and rounds us out to 70. We're a 5 bomb away from 75. I will owe you guys a member at 75. Been busy lately, been lurking. Hope to see more games like 007, Heavy Rain, Detroit. Give me a simple shooter without sci-fines. I'm not sure what the last word's supposed to be. Same problem we see for Halo. What problem is that, Spartan? The biggest mistake was not starting D3 5 years ago. And Mediocre Milton secures it for Twitch. Boom. 75. And that does add to the timer as well. You guys can extend the stream kind of like those subathons you see people do. Thank you so much, Mediocre Milton. Let me add to the total here. Oh, sci-fi-ness. Without the sci-fi-ness. You don't want it to be sci-fi. I understand. Yeah, I mean, I totally get where you're coming from. I mean, I think there's room for just really, really good shooters. I mean, have you tried the Painkiller game? It's a remake, but like, it's not sci-fi. It's like Doom. Oh, you're saying decline interest in a legacy product. Yes. Yeah, I think you're always going to face that. You're always going to face that. Like when a game has been out for such a long time, just the franchise fatigue is real. It's 100% real. Final Shape should have ended D2. Maybe. Agreed, their biggest mistake was not having a D3 announcement to drop 3 weeks into the Final Shapes release. Painkiller movement reminds me of Ghost Runner. Yeah, like the sliding and stuff. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Yep. I'm enjoying it. We went back to Borderlands, and then last night, I didn't want to stay up super late. So we did Lego Party instead of Borderlands. Because when we play Borderlands, we lose track of time, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, babe, it's new. It's 12:30. It's after midnight." Windows Central reports Halo Combat Evolved remake sparks backlash as fans, devs, and even politicians weigh in. Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. The internet is not happy and butthurt about Halo coming to PlayStation. My response to the internet, go outside and touch grass. Well, we've talked about this a couple of times today and like why I think it's okay and legitimate that people feel kind of burned. Just watch your Halo video, says McD09. None of my buddies who have PlayStation care. Yeah, it it very much feels like I said in the video. It was just anticlimactic. Number one, because we knew it was coming, and then number two is like I just don't think this is like a starter pistol to greener pastures that people think that it is. Hilly says, I went to get a beer and Twitch did the business. Love you, chat. Yes, it's Hilly's birthday, and he wanted a very, very high member count today for his birthday. And wait, why is this saying while it was live? That's weird. Anyway. I must be in different friend groups. My PS5 buddies are excited. Hilly says we're 25 under par. I don't think there's any one response that has outweighed the others, Sven. I feel like it's all across the spectrum. Excitement, anger, a tepid shrug shoulder, who cares, right? Animosity and fighting, jeering and celebration, mockery. Like it's all across the spectrum. I care and I own all platforms. That's not what I bought an Xbox for. A $5 super chat tip from Tronigy says, I hate that Arc Raiders is an extraction shooter. I thought it would be more PvE like Zero Generation. I have a video that, depending on the news cycle, I may make and upload tonight where I will argue that I think you're going to get PvE added to the game at some point. I will argue my case, and then we can either discuss it tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what the news cycle determines. That should be the format going forward, though, is you guys should get an upload in the evening, and that should be sort of setting the table for the next day. Like, you'll know my thoughts on something, and you can kind of get your questions primed and ready to go. Be here right when the stream starts in the morning, and submit those questions about the topic. We may end up talking Arc Raiders tomorrow. So, we are in the final 5 minutes of the broadcast. You guys can extend. And if not, that's fine. We'll go to Green Room. We'll shut the stream down. We'll go to the Discord. You guys have already extended a little bit. So, big thanks to Ala Park and Mediocre Milton for extending the stream. It's kind of like when people do their subathons and you can keep them streaming. It's the same idea. Have you watched Arc Raider Dev interview on FPS from the weekend? No. They went to what? Friends per second? Hilly will cry into his pillow and listen to Green Room. Yes. Hilly will be very upset. Was there anything new? Battlefield 6 BR and new maps drop tomorrow. Yeah, that's the rumor, is their shadow drop in the Battle Royale tomorrow. What do you mean it's already confirmed? Oh, eyes up, plates on. Battlefield tweeted today, like an hour and a half ago, RedSec arrives tomorrow at 8 p.m. Pacific. So the gameplay trailer is tomorrow at 11. Free to play October 28th. Well, we're not talking Arc Raiders tomorrow. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. 2 minutes, boys. If you want to extend the stream, you got 2 minutes. Yeah. Drops tomorrow. We've known for a week. Well, it got leaked. I trusted the leaks, but I was kind of waiting because it sounded like, I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts right now. There's the Arc Raiders thing, because their game comes out, in 3 days. So, there's just a lot of moving parts. So it's like, I don't know. I wasn't going to start, planning. Didn't Jess say they would drop the paywall if Game Pass hits a certain number? I have no idea. Are you playing it? Oh, I'll definitely check it out. It'll probably be an absolute disaster with the servers. You can't just shadow drop a BR. I mean, Apex did, but leaks are really ruining the excitement of things. I felt like it was kind of a planned leak. All right, we're in the final countdown. 1 minute left. Twitch is currently ahead 38-37. Every 5 bomb adds 2 minutes. You guys do have 3 singles, by the way. 2 came from Hilly and 1 came from Joker Quinn. 2 singles would buy you some time. We'll see. We will see. I'm watching both chats. We're at 40 seconds. I feel like some of these leaks are planned, Eugene. I feel like the leaks are... I don't know. I feel like they're planned. 30 seconds. Hilly says, Twitch W, I'll take it. Come on, somebody take that. Don't let Hilly have don't let Twitch have the W. Come on. You know what I mean? 10 seconds. Purple over red. It's a dark day. 3, 2. We got a VIP renewal from Matt Bags over here on YouTube. You needed 2 singles, but Matt Bags ties it up at the end of the day with his VIP renewal, 46 months. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate that. All right. If you guys are not hanging out in the Discord, Hilly gifted another member to give Twitch the 1 point lead, 39 to 38. He says Twitch W. Guys. Don't let him have it. Mess with him. Come on. Don't let him. There's another one. Spice. That's it. That's the way to do it. Spice gifts a single. It's now 39 to 39. That's the way to do it. Don't let him have it. Don't let him. OT getting crazy. Frick the Twitch W. I'll have some mercy here. You guys did it after the buzzer, but I'll give you 2 more minutes. We'll go for 2 more. Soul Train. Soul Train gifts one over there on purple, and Hilly gifts one over there on purple. And a Member Plus renewal from Justin on YouTube, and then Sal gifts one over there on YouTube. 41. Oh. It's tied again. There we go. And a VIP renewal from Victor Mayhem. That's the go-ahead goal. For YouTube. Hilly says, this is a fix. Thanks for 54 months, Victor. Oh, there's now a hype train starting over here. Cardock Ren renews and Stoffinator renews. 51 months for Cardock, and Stoffinator was 7. Boom. 43. Twitch took the lead again. I love how when Hilly's team is winning, he's like, this is the best. And when they start to lose, he's like, this is rigged. How long is the stoppage time? At this point, 4 minutes. You guys have 4 minutes. And Cardock Ren drops a 5 bomb on Twitch to give them a little bit more of a lead. They're now ahead by 6. We'll just go to the hour now. We'll go for 9 more. We'll go for 9 more minutes. We'll just go to the hour. You guys are having a little duke out session. Twitch has a slight advantage right now because they have a hype train going, and people can gift and push the hype train and get emojis. So YouTube might have to dig deep. We are exactly 10 members away from the next milestone. Whoever hits it gets it. I will owe you guys a member. And a Subtrain renewal from Mike. He says, Subtrain, thanks for using your Prime mic, and that's going to bump the line to 91. It's 49 to 42, Twitch in the lead. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it. Nillerin says, what's up? How are you? Welcome on in, everybody. The hype train's rolled over to level 4 on Twitch. You guys have 4 minutes before that goes out. Smashing the granny out of them. Hilly is saying, and the 10 bomb comes in from English O on YouTube, securing the 100 milestone. It's now 52 to 49. Sorry, Hilly. YouTube took the lead. It took the lead right back from you. I owe YouTube a member. Thank you so much for doing that. English O. Seeing so many different names gifting. It's nice to have a bunch of people contributing to the community, you know, instead of everybody like, well, we'll let the heavy hitters do it. No, you guys make this thing happen. You guys are awesome. The generosity, you guys using your primes on Twitch is so helpful. Seriously. The single gift is set up, and a 5 bomb comes in from Hilly on Twitch and takes the lead back. It's 54 to 52. Thank you so much, Hilly. And the hype train's rolled over to level 5 for Twitch. And watch streak reached. Thank you, Joe, for 7 streams in a row. That's very kind, Joe. Kane has watched 7 streams in a row on Twitch. That's awesome. Checking out for the day. Have a good one. All right, see you, Scott Baker. Kids College Fund account in use. Hilly, that's ridiculous. Brian 31 with 28 months renewing on YouTube. That's a member plus. Thank you so much. Keeping it close, 54 to 53. And a member plus renewal from Egnarts says keep it going. There it is. Tied up 54-54. Thank you so much, Egnarts. I know you're joking, Hilly. Hilly is not going to do that. And Stone Spire gifts a member over here on YouTube to give YouTube the lead 54-55. Thank you so much, Mr. Stone Spire. King of the single gifteds. I got an email notifying that you gifted me a membership. Thank you. Well, good to see you, Cameron Kirby. If you guys have never been here before, as a member, we are getting ready to go to the green room. That is something we do in the Discord, but that's just for members. So get in the Discord, sync up your YouTube or your Twitch account, and you get a month of that. Try it out for a month. If you like it, then you can pick up the membership maybe next month on your own. Victor just renewed for 18 months on Twitch, and it is now tied 55-55 between the two platforms. Thank you very much. I'm gonna need a restroom break at some point. Like I've been sitting here for almost 4 hours. And thank you for a 7-stream streak detonator. Thank you so much. 10 over. Yeah, we're 10 over pace. So this goal on the side here, hitting 500 on the week, it unlocks Friday night, which is gaming news tonight. My wife reacts to gaming news on Friday night. It's hilarious because she doesn't follow gaming news. We even slip in a fake story to try to trip her up. This week we will be here in costume for Halloween. You guys are going to love it. It'll be a blast. We'll do gaming news tonight. We'll have my wife react to gaming news, and then we will play a scary game. We might just do a replay of The Quarry. You guys liked that a lot. If you guys go extra crazy and secure Saturday, maybe we'll do a doubleheader and try to beat the game again. Hilly with the 5 bomb for Twitch takes us to 115. It's now 60-55. We are 10 away from the next milestone at 125. I owe a member. Whoever hits it gets it. I'll gift it to Twitch or I'll gift it to YouTube. That's the way we do it. It's a single gifted as a way of me saying thanks for the support. Restroom break. This amateur doesn't have a bucket nearby. No, I don't. The Quarry is a good game. It is. It's a really, really fun game. I don't know if there's a better game for her and I to play, like a better scary game. Those games are like perfect. Like the decision-making games, we really have a good time with those. If you guys missed it, the last 2 Fridays we did gaming news tonight, and we played through Dead Take, which was a really, really fun game. It really, really was. That was the one that had like Ben Starr and Alana Pierce and a bunch of people in it. We had a really fun time with that. Yeah, Until Dawn was really good as well. Yes. So what we'll do is, since you guys have gone so crazy, I want to honor that and let you guys continue to fight. This is what we'll do. In 3 minutes at the hour, I'm gonna take a brief break. I'll come back and we'll set a hard stop. And there's no more extending. You guys can just compete until that hard stop. So who can get the win? Whoever gets the win today, I will gift 5 members to that platform. That's what we'll do today because the contest is fun. You guys are great. It is a great way to support. I will gift a 5 bomb of members to whatever platform wins. I'll do the milestones all along the way as well, however crazy it gets. Thank you, Mosolio, with 4 months. Renewing over there. Oops. Hang on a minute. I messed up. That needed to go to purple. Can I take one away? Let me see if I can take one away. No. Hang on. That was a purple renewal. I clicked the wrong. I clicked the wrong button. Let me do a -1. Okay. Actually, let me do another -1, and then I'm gonna do 2 singles. For purple. We're supposed to be at 116, and now the score is what it should be. 62-56. I fixed it. Where's the timer? I'm going to take a brief break in 2 minutes, and we'll come back, and I'll set a timer, and we'll have a hard stop at I think at 1:30. Because with our new format of me needing to try to record something for the evening, we can't overstay our welcome in green room. So, yeah. Okay, I tell you what. They're on 55. Yeah, but I gave you 2, Hilly. For Mussolino's renewal, I gave you guys credit for 2. So the lead is the appropriate amount. You guys are ahead by whatever. 62 to 56. You're ahead by 6. 3 would average 4. Huh? So, okay, I'm going to take a brief break. I'll be back, and then we'll set a hard timer, and then whoever wins the day, you're going to win 5 members for your platform. Okay? I need a break. I can't wait any longer. All right? I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. All right, let's set the timer. We'll do a hard out at 1:30. Got 28 minutes. Creature says if we hit 150, I'll make Hilly blue again. Not often that you see that. Hilly in the top gifters, yay. Hanging out up there with Flyers and Alex. Yo, what's good, Legions? How are you? All right. So currently, the friendly competition between the platforms, it's 62 to 56. And at the end, whoever the winner is, as soon as this timer hits 0, all right? As soon as this timer hits 0, that's it. Whoever the winner is the winner. I'll give 5 to whichever platform is the winner. And I will, along the way, I'll still do the singles every 25. I will honor that as well. And then we'll go to Green Room and we'll figure out what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Okay. Oh, and you guys can still submit questions. The question queue is basically empty at this point. If you want to ask questions that are off topic, that's available as well. Hilly is gloating for a little bit now. He's spamming toxic emojis on purple. He's very pleased with himself. Shroom and Gloom drops another tantalizing developer gameplay overview with a deep fungal dive. Check out the facility path. This is like a deck. It's a deck builder where you're like moving through a dungeon, it looks like. Huh. Now Hilly is spamming it's coming. Hilarious. Alright, I'm going to delay the thing that nobody likes. We're so late in the stream, I'm not going to let those hit. I'll let them hit for like a minute or two, and then I pause them. Forza Motorsport 10 has not been canceled. It's just no longer a top priority after layoffs at Turn 10. Xbox is shifting focus to other areas. Here we go. After mass layoffs at Turn 10 effectively cast down the future Forza Motorsport, the more simulation base of the Forza franchise, Phil Spencer has asserted that the racing series is not dead. As first spotted by Windows Central via an interview with Famitsu, Spencer said no when asked if the series had been canceled. He then explained what exactly or where it sits. As for Forza Motorsport, we sometimes have to shift our focus to games that will be released earlier, and I also understand that many people reacted when the scale of Turn 10 Studios was reduced. As far as we are concerned, there are many games that we would like to support carefully, and sometimes we give the development team a little more time so that they do not continue to be in a state of tension. That doesn't say anything. He might as well have said, lollipop dingbat bucket. Like, oh, okay, that's nonsense. This doesn't say anything. As far as we are concerned, there are many games that we would like to support carefully, and sometimes we give the development team a little more time so they do not continue to be in a state of tension. What the frick does that even mean? That doesn't make any sense. That's nonsense. It's a word salad of corpo nothing. Oh. The vague use of many and sometimes. That's what I'm saying. Talking just to talk. Sorry. Respond to DMs. All right. 22 minutes left. And currently it is still 62 to 56. Even Hilly's gloating has slowed down. Checking the news feeds right now to see anything significant. Game dev hard mode discovered as solo indie releases Metroidvania-inspired roguelike right between Silksong and Hades 2. I had zero awareness they were dropping, says Katanaut creator. A cosmic horror-flavored action game with the Roguevania pitch, similar to Dead Cells. They launched on Steam on September the 10th on the heels of the Metroidvania Silksong ahead of the 1.0 release of Hades 2. They said they averaged 11 peak players at launch despite 52,000 wish lists indicating solid interest. Yeah, 52,000 wish lists is good. It is. That's not bad. And Rob renews the sub over there on purple. Extends the lead a little bit. Goal met. We got the 1,400 sub points. Nice. Nice. We are, as far as the sub points for the split, where we need, what do we need? Level 1? We need like 100, right? We're at 97. Yeah, we should be on pace to keep our sub points as well. So that's excellent. Yep, I got the Prime added. Oh, Catwalk renewed to VIP over there on YouTube. We're at 118. It is 63 to 57. YouTube still. In a viral Twitter post sharing the bittersweet news, game released, yay, gamely large undiscovered. Game release, yeah. Hang on. Eugene revisits the timing of Katana's launch. Asked why the heck you'd release a Metroid-inspired roguelike between titans of both genres. He said, I had zero awareness they were dropping at all. Yeah, he has almost 100,000 views on the tweet. I'm sorry, almost 1 million views on the tweet. I'm sorry, like 600,000 views on the tweet. His game, Katana, has a 91% on Steam, but only 149 reviews. So if you like action roguelike hack and slash games, this one is currently on sale for $13.49. You know, add this one, give it some love. You can always check it out later. You feel kind of bad when something like that happens. I mean, it's nobody's fault. It's just unlucky. You know, just unlucky. How are you not aware of what's going on in the industry? What do you mean? He had a scheduled release date, and the way that both Silksong and Hades 2 landed, there was no one knew that was coming like that. That was kind of sprung on everybody. What are you talking about? A bunch of other games moved their release dates because of Silksong. It's possible as a small developer he was nose down and completely missed it. It's, you know, it's very possible. You know, he could have been nose down, had everything. He was trying to make sure everything was good to go. You know, it might have been one of those things where it was like, oh shoot, what do I do? And then maybe I don't know how that works. I don't know how launching a game like that works. Like how easy it is to go in and to delay it. Well, I'm going for my birthday meal, so we need to call this a Twitch W now. No. According to the rules that I stipulated, they have 17 minutes left. Okay. Whichever platform claims victory, as this hits 0, I'm gifting 5 members to. And, you know, maybe call on the Twitch big dogs to give you guys an insurmountable lead if you're that concerned, Hilly. End the stream for YouTube. No, I am not ending the stream as a gift to Hilly. That's ridiculous. No. Xbox Twitter culture? What is this? I don't get the joke. I don't understand. What am I looking at? Red rings and what are the games? Who did the 200 bomb on Friday? Silent Spartan. Pork Pie promised to come back and rival that this week, because I told him not to last week. Pork Pie was like, oh, it sounds like I need to do one. I was like, no. I was like, don't do it. I was like, save it for next week because we're going to have the Halloween incentive. So you're going to have to try to manifest that if you want a guaranteed win. Hang on. I'm pausing the thing on YouTube. Sorry, I almost didn't see it. It counts down at the top. I don't think that's how you spell his name, Hilly. He's just adding Silent Spartan. I think he spells it with like some numbers and stuff. Golly. Do you think Halo's ramping up for the release of the VR or an extraction shooter? I couldn't tell you, man. I honestly couldn't tell you. It felt like we were going to get multiple announcements at that event. And then they only announced the Combat Evolved remake, which ended up being, Campaign Evolved. Okay, so Bandai's having a spooky season sale. Let's see if any of these games are worth. Get the frick out of my. I come to your store to look at what you're trying to sell me, and you hit me with 3 pop-ups. Man of Medan, which we played. Oh, Unwound Automaton drops a 5 for Twitch, giving him a little bit more of a lead. It's 68 to 57. He says, happy birthday, Hilly. There you go. We're at 123. 2 more, and I owe a member to whoever hits it. Devil in Me, Little Hope. I think we played Devil in Me. There was one that we didn't finish. I can't remember what it was. It was the one where they were in the desert. A House of Ashes, I think Madam and I never finished. Maybe we should start that one over. There was definitely one of those that we never finished. Oh, Escape Room Simulator 2 launches today? I did not know that. It should be like the first recommended game to me. There we go. I played the first one. Let's see. $18. It looks like Escape Room Simulator 2 is going to have online PvP and online co-op. It looks like more than 2 people can play now. The game is designed for both solo play and multiplayer with friends. Up to 8 players can join together online with built-in voice and text chat for puzzle-solving communication. I loved the first one. I thought it was great. Did you see the Steam calendar recommendation? I don't know what that is. What do you mean calendar recommendation? It's new? That's the game where you wore the plague mask? No, that was what was that one? Operation Simulator, ER Simulator. What was the one? Surgeon Simulator. Lone Wolf says, out of respect for Hilly's birthday, I'm not going to help YouTube catch up. Yeah, I've never played Casting of Frank Stone, no. Go to Steam recommendations. Okay, hang on. Recommendations. My calendar. Your personal calendar. Oh, released in the last month. Ball Pit, Escape from Duckov, Nessie's Pinball Spindle. Pixel graphics cute, action adventure puzzle. That one looks kind of cool. Released in the last 7 days. Upcoming escape room, desk scrolling. Hilly says Lone Wolf's a real one. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of cool. But it's also like a bunch of stuff that I don't know if I would ever play. Johnny always lands the 2 singles needed to hit 125. It's now 70 to 57. I'm going to pay what I owe. I owe a member to Purple. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Johnny always says sniped. That was a heck of a snipe. There's a single that I owe. 70 to 57. I mean, YouTube's still within striking distance. There's 10 minutes left. There's 10 minutes left. I wouldn't talk too much trash, Twitch. You're gonna wake them up over there. You're gonna wake the beast. You're gonna wake the dragon. Ghost of Tsushima got new updates on Steam and is now Steam Deck verified for the single player. The update separates the single player game from the online multiplayer Legends mode. Legends is now available as a free DLC unlock. YouTube talks only trash. YouTube needs a TD, onside kick recovery, and a Hail Mary to win it. Here come the sports ball analogies. Yeah. I would play Legends only, but you need a PSN. Yeah, I mean, games do that. When they have the online, it's not uncommon. Did anybody notice today on YouTube, we made a slight change to the thumbnail. We called it Gaming Q&A today. As opposed to like gaming news today. We're just trying something a little bit different. Yeah, that movie looks insane. Last Samurai Standing. It's going to be on Netflix, like November the 13th. It looks insane. It looks so freaking awesome. Like, super awesome. I actually am looking into getting like the cheapest tablet on the market I can find. Within reason, right? Within reason. Because I would like to, I know my mind, and I know like if I get back into a TV show, I know I'll start getting on the bike again in the mornings because I'm going to want to watch episodes, and that's the only time I'm able to do it. So I don't know if there's one that you guys have used and recommend. Kindle. Yeah, I was also noticing there's like Android tablets you can get on Amazon for like not a ton. Like I found one for like $70. I don't know. I found another one for $250. Oh, the price dropped. I added it and it was $300 and now it's $250. It's a URAO tablet. It's a 14-inch Android tablet. And it looks pretty nice. Like my birthday's coming up and I'm like, oh, maybe I should look into getting a tablet because like my daughter inherited my iPad and I'm like, because I want to get back on the bike, and I know when I was watching shows that really helped me. Like, it's a little carnal, but if it helps me get up in the morning and get moving and get on the bike again, so be it. Don't buy off-brand. I mean, this one it only has 81 reviews. Okay. Get the cheap Samsung one. Here, let me delete this from my wish list. I don't want anybody to buy it for me then. Because, like, my family will go to the wish list and maybe buy something. The base iPad is real cheap. What? There's no cheap. Come on. What's your budget? I don't really know. People could send gift cards for my birthday, and I could just buy it with that. Samsung Galaxy 11-inch screen. Yeah, I saw this one. Eugene. It's like $150. Yeah, it's got an 11-inch screen. So that's like if I had like a ruler here, that's not bad. All right, we're in the final 5 minutes. So when this 5-minute counter comes to an end, whoever's winning, that platform gets a 5 bomb from me, okay? Currently, Twitch is ahead by 13. It's 70 to 57. I have the A7 of this tablet. It's fantastic. Eugene, you have the A9? Okay. And the main differences here, it looks like, is storage. I'm not worried about storage because I'm just going to throw apps on it and just stream. This one's refurbished. Is there a way to not get a refurb? Like, can you just get the Samsung Galaxy A9? Oh yeah, it looks like brand new. They're $200. That's not terrible. Has an 11-inch display. I saw that on work. It's solid. Yeah, it's got a ton of reviews. Okay. Let me add this to my wish list. I don't think any of my family members would do that, but I'm gonna put it there so that I don't forget that this is the one you guys are recommending. And then if people just give me some Amazon gift cards, I could get it that way. Because I usually don't buy stuff for myself like that, but I'm like, well, my birthday's coming up in like 2 weeks, and that suddenly hit me. I was like, man, I should get something like that. Because there's been a handful of shows I've wanted to watch that, like, my wife is not interested at all. And it's like, if she's not interested, we don't watch it. Amskin submitted a question. I didn't see this until just now. Amskin says, what do you think the Xbox PC UI will look like? I think it'll be very similar to, like, the Xbox UI stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Can we do a gift drive? Oh, no. I was asking for suggestions on tablets. I wasn't asking for you guys to pay for it. No. I was asking for recommendations because I thought people here would use tablets. And both Sven and Eugene have made recommendations that, like, oh, wow, that sounds like something exactly what I'm looking for. Like, it's not an insane price point. Because, like, the last time I looked at iPads, they were, like, really expensive. Get the XR glasses? No. I don't want that. I want a tablet I can, like, slap in. There's, like, a slot. There's, like, a slot on my bike. I got a stationary. I've got a Schwinn. I just slide it in there and just go. You know? I've let that part of my life go, and I want to get it back. Like, I know it helps with my energy, you know? So, all right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Hilly is spamming Twitch W. YouTube. You know what to do. You know what to do, YouTube. I did the hack to turn my desktop Xbox full screen experience. It's horrible. Yeah, you're seeing it on Amazon. Yeah, it's around 200. It's looking like it's about 200. I think that's reasonable. I can maybe tell my family, hey, because a lot of times they'll get me books from my wish list, and they just get added to a stack of books that I'm trying to get to. It's like, hey, instead of doing books this year, just send Amazon gift cards. I've got a tablet that I want to get. So let me pause the thing on YouTube that nobody likes. All right, we're in the final minute. We are in the final minute. It'd be a shame if you guys broke Hilly's heart. Take the thing. Whoever wins, I'm gifting a 5 bomb. It looks like Twitch is going to take it. Unwound. Automaton is also spamming Twitch W. There's 53 people over there. You are gonna let these guys take it. They're being so arrogant. I wish I can't show you the combined chat. That's not allowed. All right, 30 seconds. I'm watching both. I'm watching both chats to see if anybody decides to steal it at the very last second. All right, 15. 5, 4, 3, 20 bomb from English. Oh, yeah. Hilly, he got it in. I am not kidding you. It hit my dashboard with 1 second left. Oh my gosh. I promise you it wasn't late. I promise you there was a second left and it hit my dashboard. It was not late. Hold that L, Twitch. I was worried because of stream delay. Hilly says next year, chat. I was worried because of stream delay. Like YouTube, we're not running low latency anymore. We are not running low latency anymore. And I was worried. I was like, YouTube's going to miss it because of the delay. Oh my gosh. I was so anxious I'd left it too late. It was really close, brother. I thought somebody was going to try to do that. I was like, somebody's going to try to land this like right at the buzzer. There we go. I owe YouTube a 5 bomb. Oh man, that's funny. I've not been doing 5 bombs. I've been doing singles, but I said whoever won the contest today, I would give you guys a 5 bomb for winning. Thank you so much for the support. Wire Rope comes in with the 10. Thank you so much. I do owe a single to Twitch for that. Thank you, Wired Rope. I appreciate that, dude. Dropping a 10 bomb at the buzzer. Give us a little padding on the week, and that does secure the 150 milestone for purple. Thank you very, very much. We are now exactly 20 away from the next milestone. So thank you for that one, Wired Rope. Okay. So if you received a gifted member from English O, from myself, from Wire Rope, make sure you're in the Discord. Use the Discord command and come join us for Green Room. We have moved Green Room to the Discord. That is a great reason to pick up your own membership. So if maybe you're not getting gifted right now, or you fell off the gifted, make sure that you guys get in the Discord. Well, you got to have your membership. Have your membership active and then get in the Discord so you don't miss out on these Green Room discussions. It's a good time. So thank you guys so much for a killer day. Thank you so much for making it fun with the banter and the competition for Hilly's birthday. I appreciate it very much. English Show says, I'm out. Someone give T the last kick. You guys won at the buzzer. The timer is what mattered. Yes, Twitch is going to end the day with the most, but yeah, all that mattered was what happened to the buzzer. Yeah, Hilly is proudly spamming screenshots in the Discord of the 80 to 77. Yes, he's very happy that Twitch is ending the day with more for him. So again, there's a Discord link in the description below, or you can use the Discord command in chat, and then Nightbot will provide you guys with a link to the Discord. It's a great place to hang out. You can connect with other people to play games, and you can be a part of the thing that we're about to do called Green Room. It's a behind-the-scenes look at how we kind of plan out the next day. Tomorrow's pretty much an easy one to plan, but we're still going to hang out with you guys for a bit in Green Room. Okay? All right. I'll see you guys in there. Thanks for a huge day. On your way out, hit the like button, do all the things. If you're not going to come to the Discord, then I tell you what I'll do. I will give you guys a link to the upload about Halo. If you missed this one, it was me arguing that it was anticlimactic. So I'll put that in the chat for both platforms. If you don't feel like coming to the Discord, give that video a watch, give it a like, give it a comment, and we will see you guys in the Discord or tomorrow. All right, take care.